Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations. We're a little bit late today, but thanks for showing up, everybody. So we got the show starting in just about a minute here, but as usual, just want to give you a heads up. Make sure to head over to canarycry.party, canarycry.party. You can find all the links to become a producer, join the mailing list, get the show notes, link up with all the social medias, including canarycry.community, which is our off Facebook, no algorithm social media network for all you Canarians out there. You can get into the Discord channel, but most importantly, follow us on multiple locations, including subscribing to the podcast on Apple Podcasts or your favorite podcast player. Make sure to do all those things and nobody gets hurt. Okay? All right? You catch my drift? Well, congratulations to Jacqueline J for First Comment of the Day Award. Okay. Everything's looking good. All right, we're going to get the show started in just a second here. So everybody stay hydrated. And if anybody sees a loose adolescent raccoon, tell him his parents miss him very, very much. Okay, let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is September 24th, 2021. This is episode 393. And today, Maelstrom Media. Razzle dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. Yes. We are here.
Are you okay? Are you distracted or just sleepy?
Both. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night. But
my name's Gonz.
Also, you know, there's running this show, I don't think people realize
I'm Asian.
The number of things that are going on, like when we go live, the different channels we're managing, the chat, the recorders, the jingle board, the thumbnail, the show itself, the social media. There's a lot happening all at once.
I think at least listeners and viewers who tune in on a regular basis, I think that they're pretty aware, Gonz, because we are not shy about letting them know. This is about every other episode. This is how we start the show.
We start the show. You know how hard it is to do a podcast.
You don't know what it's like to be me.
Well, one of the things that made me feel good yesterday, we went to the eye doctor as a family. It's been a couple of years, so I'll have new bottles for my eyes in a couple weeks or whatever. But so we were in there separately because I had to watch the baby and everything else. We're all there, but doctor was doing one-on-one with each of us separately, and
okay.
Afterwards, the wife.
That's how you check to see if everybody's if anybody's lying. You got to split up the witnesses.
Yep.
Give their story individually.
So the wife comes out. We're talking afterwards, and she's like, "I'm surprised you didn't, chat with the doctor longer." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, well, the doctor brought up how, ivermectin is, she doesn't believe the whole thing with the pandemic and how ivermectin's being suppressed and it's because of big pharma. And she went on this huge rant.
That's hilarious.
And how ivermectin is off label. So that's why big pharma can't make any money. So they're lying about it in the media, like on and on and on. I was like, oh, wow, she didn't bring any of that up with me. It was just a straight conversation. So, yeah,
just
good.
A casual eye doctor ivermectin rant.
Yeah. and I was kind of sad. I was like, oh, I wish you brought it up with me. But then also we probably would have had a 45-minute conversation.
Yeah, that's billable hours, Gonz.
Yeah, I know.
You don't want to get it.
But yeah, I was happy to hear. And, she's been our eye doctor for years. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it was good to see her, but also good to hear that, they're awake to the situation.
That is. Well, they're an eye doctor.
I know.
Need to keep their eyes open and open eyes.
She sees clearly.
So what's the diagnosis? Did you get a more powerful prescription?
Yeah, so both...
They say, wow, you look at computer screens way too long. Good thing you're not doing it with a VR helmet.
Yeah, both the wife and I, our right eyes got significantly worse than 2 years ago. So
Astigmatism Club.
Actually, no, cool. My left eye is astigmatism. My right eye is just nearsightedness. It just got worse. It's bad when you first sit down with your glasses on and she says, read the lowest line you can read. And you go, yeah, I can't read any of it. So
yeah,
maybe not good.
Stigmatism is just when your eyes have different prescriptions. Isn't that right?
I thought it was more...
So you have astigmatism, which means your eyes are different.
I thought it had to do more with like closer vision along with further vision. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not an eye doctor.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but that's okay. Okay. All right. Well, good. Yeah, no, I have not been to an eye doctor or gotten my prescription renewed in years. So I just dive headfirst into the virtual reality space where I can just identify as having good vision. And it's been working out so far. So good. So there's been some fun things. Oh, you got a funny picture.
I do. And by the way, the chat is telling us that astigmatism is that you can't see close and far. So, yeah.
No,
I'm more right. So anyway,
I don't
moving on.
Right. We got don't trust the chat.
Astigmatism. Yeah, that's what it is. I just looked it up. Okay, anyway.
Okay, we're moving on, but I'm checking this also.
We got a message from Mrs. Habibik. And I believe she's a producer of the show. She's produced before. Has been, yeah. And there was nothing. There wasn't like a note or anything. All it said was, what was it? It was subject headline. Hold on. Sorry, I should have had this pulled up and ready to go. Something I saw in Arizona. So I click into it, and guess what it is, Basil?
What is it?
We're doxing somebody in Arizona. It's an Arizona license plate that says, Gonz.
MMM Gonz?
MMM Gonz, license plate in Arizona.
Yeah. What could that be, if not referring to you specifically? Like,
I don't know.
Gonz.
I don't know.
MMM Gonz, like Gonz.
Yeah.
What, like that? What? That's nothing except for.
Well, I mean, they could be, 3 children, Mandy, Melissa, and Michael Gonzalez or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's probably that.
It's probably something like that.
Gonz is pretty fun.
So anyway, I thought that was kind of fun.
You're getting the cats named after you, 2 cats, and a license plate now, Gonz.
It's about time. It's about time things turn. I'm turning 40 soon. I'm supposed to be going down the hill soon, right? So things accelerate. Things start going my way, my momentum.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's notoriously what happens in your second half of life. Hold on, I'm reading about stigmatism. Okay. Talking about something else.
All right. Well, real quick, I just wanted to bring up a couple crypto updates before we get into the Flippy update, just because we had a economic/crypto heavy episode last episode. Some people don't like it, but we're just reporting on the various aspects of it. And one thing to note here, Twitter announced yesterday that they're enabling tipping with Bitcoin using the Lightning Network, which is pretty wild. Yeah. Allegedly, it's only for iOS. I don't have the option, so I don't know on my iOS phone.
So you can just tip Twitter users for tweeting good?
Yep. Yep, that's kind of the idea. It's sort of like the value for value model built into Twitter using Bitcoin.
Oh man,
which is kind of wild.
To start taking that a little bit more seriously.
I've been trying to tell you, man, but you don't listen. So anyway,
I got really fired up yesterday on Twitter about Australia.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. You were ready to retweet everything you saw in Australia.
We'll get into it later.
I got a whole thing for you.
I got very convicted. I'm like, we are not helping Australia enough. We need to support these Aussies.
Yeah. The other part of the announcement is that Twitter plans to let users authenticate NFTs. And I think this is going to become more of a thing, not just authenticating NFTs for the sake of authenticating NFTs, but authenticating any digital piece of media or content or anything is going to become contingent upon if there is a publicly verifiable way to do it via NFTs. So, for example, let's say I write or you write an article. You're going to have to turn it into an NFT for the public to be like, okay, yes, it was written by Basil on this day and it was published on this day, to validate, to have like a public audit of it. So, which is actually
I'm actually not mad about this necessarily. Of course, every use of these types of technologies can be sort of abused.
Of course.
But this is a very interesting solution to the fake news problem and things like that. This is where blockchain is actually being integrated into public infrastructure for at least good reasons. Whether or not it works well, that remains to be seen. But yeah, this will have a big impact on provenance of information, IP ownership, things like that.
Yeah, and the $20,000 JPEG, you can just prove that you own it. I think Snoop Dogg came out and said he was one of these big NFT whales. He revealed himself. Like, oh, great. Awesome, Snoop. Good job, Snoop Dogg.
That's the problem. Yeah, all the whales are just people who have too much money anyways. Yeah. And
Tom Brady said he'd accept Bitcoin and I think he said Solano
for
as
what?
salary.
Why would anybody send? Oh, for a salary. Yeah. Okay.
Along those lines here, just a couple more quick things regarding crypto to kick things off. The Byte, this is Futurism.com. Wall Street glitch showed Bitcoin crashing to $5,400. Things seem to be back to normal.
Was this on their futures?
Yeah, it was an exchange thing. It had nothing to do with the Bitcoin network, like the actual blockchain.
It's not the currency itself. And this is the big problem with having these Bitcoin funds or Bitcoin futures or Bitcoin. It's basically on paper Bitcoin. It's not real ownership of Bitcoin. And integrating that into the legacy financial networks, like the stock exchanges and stuff like that, is, you'll see numbers reflected on these financial products that have nothing to do with the actual value of Bitcoin, which the gold people have been struggling with this for decades.
This is a big problem because a lot of people trade paper gold. It's just the price of gold, but they don't actually own any gold, or if they do, it's you got to pay that paper price. Which gold has been a good store of value, but if you held gold for the last 10 years, you're actually down. It's kind of crazy in dollar amount anyway.
It has not been the safest store of value.
Which
it's pretty. It's safe, but it's not a lot of growth.
Right. And the rumor is that Bitcoin's going to have an ETF, an exchange traded fund, coming next
electronically
month.
Traded fund.
Yeah. So we'll see if because that could really allow these really big whales, the people that have billions of dollars, to actually buy into Bitcoin, and that will make the price go bananas. Not financial advice. The other thing, it's been trending all day today.
I'm just slipping that in. Not financial advice. Don't listen to us.
All the media outlets today. China officially bans crypto transactions as the markets tumbled today, and it just so happens to be the end of the month. There's a futures close today, and the interesting thing is that China announced this crypto ban on the 3rd of September, but the media outlets didn't report it until today. Talk about coordinated, and it's all the it's Ars Technica, it's CNBC, it's ABC, all the financial outlets published the thing today.
3 weeks ago, and they waited 3 weeks to do it.
They waited till the last day of the futures closing this month to do it. And just to keep in mind, again, not financial advice, we're about to go into I think, something similar to what we saw in 2017. If you look back to 2017, around September, China announced a crypto ban. They've done it like every year since like 2012, 2013. They say it every time.
We're reporting a crypto ban literally every year since like 2017.
By China, yeah. They just ban it and then they forget they banned it or something. I don't know. But in 2017, after that ban from September, between October and December, Bitcoin went on like I think it was a 500% increase or something. It went from
it's always boosted after China.
Oh, it went bananas. And that was the big blow off top, cycle top. There's different theories about what's going to happen now because there's so much more money in the markets. But it's supposed to be a pretty quick and abrupt rise towards $100,000 Bitcoin and perhaps more towards 7, 8, 9, $10 trillion crypto market cap. It's sitting at right under, not financial advice. It's sitting under $2 trillion right now. So, 4 or 5x in the market. If you're in a lower coin, you might go 10x in the next 2 or 3 months. I don't know if you remember that time, Basil. We were in crypto. Like I was in crypto. I was looking at it. I was studying it. I didn't know much. I didn't know what was going on as much as I do now. But I remember thinking, like, what in the world? Like every single day, the price goes up like $2,000 or something. You're like, oh my gosh, what is happening?
It's exciting. We've lived through like 2 or 3. I would say at least 3 just gigantic runs.
Yeah.
Since we've been involved with the crypto thing, it's a very exciting time.
Yeah, but also the crash is, just as horrible. Going down 70-80% is it tests your will.
It is when it comes for the faint of heart. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay. I read about astigmatism. Right. I was wrong. You were right. I've just been told. I never did do my own research on it. I've just been told what it is, and I just was misunderstanding it.
Do you have a prescription for your eyes? Do you have
I have an astigmatism. Yeah.
Oh, so you actually have it and you don't know what it was?
I have. Well, that's what the doctor. I was just trying to remember. That's what my doctor told me. I don't know. But yeah. Anywho, there you go. Yeah, astigmatism is just a bad eyeball. This is nothing good about it. It's just all bad.
Yeah. All right. I forgot I put this up here. Oh, I wanted to play this just because I know there was a mass shooting yesterday at a Kroger's. And
these grocery stores, man, can't catch a break.
Yeah, there's some news came out about it. And this local news report here, something really weird happened. I did not edit this in, just a heads up. This is ABC 24. John Paul in the studio throws it to Brad Broders out in the field.
Paul and Brad Broders.
Yeah, and they reveal the name of the shooter in this clip, but somebody in the control room got a little too trigger happy with something.
Brad, what can you tell us?
John, a significant piece of breaking news I found out in just the last 90 seconds. We do have the name of that shooter. His name is UK. His last name's Thang. I'm not.
Okay, did you hear that little sting?
Yeah, were they trying to cut away from
I don't know. I'm not sure, but
it's almost like name. Yeah, it's almost like the control room didn't want him to be making live breaking news. They tried to cut away or something.
It is a breaking live sting, so I'm wondering if they were trying to make it more dramatic, and the guy just had, I don't know, he couldn't time it right or something. I don't know.
Well, Andy's out in the field, so their timing is off, so he didn't leave a space for it and stuff like that. They got a new guy on the control board. It's a whole thing. Yeah.
Maybe there's a gap between the studio and the guy in the field, Brad Broders, and maybe it was supposed to play there, but it didn't. There's a a little slow thing happening, but here, I'll play it again.
On just the last 90 seconds, we do have the name of that shooter. His name is UK. His last name's Thang. I'm not entirely sure if that's pronounced Tang or Thangs, but again, it's UK Thang or Thang. Date of birth, October 17th, 1991. That would make him almost 30, but 29 years old.
There you go. UK Thang.
UK Thang. Sounds like a white supremacist to me.
Not to me, but anyway, apparently he was a former employee at a Kroger's. He had just gotten fired or something.
Yeah.
And went in there. I have another short thing just to give a little info out there on what's been in the news.
Okay.
I'll just play it.
Chief Lane of the Carterville Fire Department really crediting an active shooter training June 4th. A lot of first responders, police, fire, paramedics, etc. took part in that active shooter training June 4th. They also were crediting the town of Carterville for investing in equipment for these kind of events. You never dream they could ever happen, but you want to be prepared. They credited that equipment for being able to have first responders as safely as possible, considering it was an active shooting situation, still go in that Kroger, and they believe it was that equipment that prevented further loss of life, further injuries.
Oh, jeez. So it's being spun as like aren't we glad we militarized our police?
Well, I don't know what equipment he's talking about, though, and he never says what equipment.
Well, I'm left to assume that he's talking about decommissioned military gear and like the tanks and the body armor and the you know stuff like that.
Yeah, it's interesting because. Yeah, from these local reports, it was more about like, hey, it's a good thing we were well funded, and we were ready for something. Otherwise, we would have had more casualties. Yeah. But then, on
which
social
is sort
media,
of a backhanded way to politicize the issue.
Well, I think it's because the other side of the political aisle had been arguing like, oh, this town just
defund the police.
It's defund the police, but also they just made there's some new gun laws, I think, in Tennessee. That you can open carry without a license or something. I got to double check that, but it was something like that, and there, it was being politicized in that regard too. So, yeah, it's always political when the commentary starts when this kind of thing happens. But
I did not look deeply into it. Didn't this guy die of a self-inflicted gunshot wound?
He did. It's not being carried.
Good thing we had all that police gear, so that we could have that guy shoot himself at the end of his rampage.
Right. There are certain things that don't fit the narrative, the national narrative, and that's why I don't think it's being made a bigger deal. Plus, the guy died. So, if it had more weight to the gun control conversation, I think this would have been picked up a lot more in the mainstream nationally. Yeah. But that's why we're just kind of getting it out of the way at the top. Pray for the people that got hurt and the families of the ones that were lost.
Is there a body count or anything?
It's 2. Yeah, 2 dead. I think 10 injured or something. So yeah, it's considered a mass shooting because more than 4 people got shot. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, very sad. Interesting. UK Thang.
UK Thang.
Interested to see more information about this fella.
Right.
All right. Well, I think it's time for a Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Time for the Flippy update, folks. If you're new to the show, Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world. Now there's nothing we can do about it. Today, it's a little bit of an off-brand Flippy update here, but it's coming from NPR.org. Thanks for everybody who sent this over. The headline is "Flying Microchips the Size of a Sand Grain could be used for population surveillance. Dun, dun, dun. Interesting headline considering it's coming from NPR. It's neither a bird nor a plane, but a winged microchip as small as a grain of sand that can be carried by the wind as it monitors such things as pollution levels or the spread of airborne diseases. The tiny microflyers, whose development by engineers at Northwestern University was detailed in an article published by Nature this week, are being billed as the smallest ever human-made flying structure. Tiny flyers can gather information about their surroundings. The devices don't have a motor. Engineers are instead inspired by the maple tree's free-falling propeller seeds, technically known as samara fruit. The engineers optimize the aerodynamics of the microflyers so that, quote, as these structures fall through the air, the interaction between the air and those wings cause a rotational motion that creates a very stable, slow-falling velocity, said John A. Rogers, who led the development of the devices. Quote, that allows these structures to interact for extended periods with ambient wind that really enhances the dispersal process, said the Northwestern professor of materials science and engineering, biomedical engineering, and neurological surgery. The wind would, it's always nice when you have neurosurgeons and biomedical engineers creating flying little drones. The wind would scatter the tiny microchips, which would sense their surrounding environments and collect information. The scientists say they could be potentially used to monitor for contamination, surveil populations, or even track diseases. Oh, good. Why not all three? That sounds like a hat trick. Their creators foresee microflyers becoming part of a large distributed collections of miniaturized wireless electronic devices. In other words, they could look like a swarm. Although the size and engineering of the microflyers are unique, NPR reported on the development of similar micro drones in March. The concept was also found its way to the dystopian science fiction series Black Mirror. We think that we beat nature, is a fun quote here. But unlike the maple seeds, the engineers needed to slow down the descent of their microflyers to give the devices more time to collect data. Team member Young Gang Huang, we need more data, developed a computer model that calculated the best design that would enable the microflyers to fall slowly and disperse widely. Quote, this is impossible with trial and error experiments, Huang said in a Northwestern news release. The team also drew inspiration from children's pop-up books for the construction of the such tiny devices. The engineers first created a base and then bonded it to a slightly stretched rubber substrate. According to the news release, when relaxed, that substrate pops up to a precise three-dimensional shape. We think that we beat nature, Rogers said, at least in the narrow sense that we have been able to build structures that fall with more stable trajectories and at slower terminal velocities than equivalent seeds that you would see from plants or trees. We beat nature. We did it, folks. We can make very slowly falling tiny things. So this was fun. This is blasting off all over the place. It's rare that you see robot news make it to such heights on social media and the mainstream media. This harkens back, Gonz. Do you remember the micro dust that they were using to track down bin Laden?
Yes.
This was years ago. Must have been, oh my God, at least 10 years ago. They had developed a micro dust that they just chemtrailed over the hills in Afghanistan and used it to track movements of soldiers. And this is very similar, a little bit more of a fancy version of that. I do also have to say, since I've been mentioning Apex Legends, the video game I've been playing recently, they have a new character in Apex Legends whose whole his whole superpower thing is he has control over micro drones, specifically for surveillance. And that new character came out just maybe a month ago. So micro drones are at the top of the mind of a lot of people paying attention to this stuff. So there you go. No longer do we need those gigantic, hulking, robotic ants and roaches and flies that DARPA's been working on. Now we got little sand drones to keep an eye on everybody.
Yeah, the direction where everything is headed, when I think about scripture, we often talk about the mark of the beast. What is it? How is it going to look? And part of the discussion that doesn't get discussed enough, I try to bring it up all the time on the show when we talk about it, is the consequences of not taking it, which is pretty much go into captivity, be killed, as a martyr, that kind of thing. It's not like, oh, you're not going to be able to buy things. It's more like, no, you're going to be, if you don't worship the image, if you don't take the mark, you're going to be hunted down, basically, by this beast thing. You're going to be killed.
Micro-drones are after you.
Yeah, and I bring it up because I've mentioned before, for that world to unfold as kind of written out in scripture, it would have to be that there is literally worldwide surveillance. There's surveillance now, but literally like every atom in the world we know of or something. Every little bit has to be seen. I had a friend who just sent me pictures from Idaho. He's visiting, he's like, it's beautiful out here. He's out in the lake, and he sent pictures. It's gorgeous. And you got to think like, wow, if you're just there when the mark happens, you can just chill, it'll be fine. But if we're going to take scripture seriously in the climate of the world, then even a place like that, you just sprinkle, the beast will sprinkle some little micro flyers over that area. Know you're there. Know you don't have the mark. And then the eye of Sauron is upon you, and, they're going to come for you. So
could also be used as some reasoning for anti-maskers to wear a mask. You got thousands of these little floating sand drones in the air. You don't want to breathe one in. Yeah. The whole apocalyptic gas mask world. Yeah, it's coming to fruition. We thought it because the air would be poison or the pollution would make the air unbreathable. No, it's because the surveillance panopticon filled the air with surveillance drones. You can't even go outside with breathing one in. I mean, think about the implications of like if you see a cloud or something, just what looks maybe like a dust cloud, right? Are our children going to be like, oh, don't go near that dust cloud? It could be some little microflyers tracking some stuff. You know what I mean? Like, how dystopian is that? I don't understand. Dust devil is spying on us. Yeah, I mean, it's just wild, and I'm glad that they acknowledge some of that in the article, but also not really, because they're like, it's wonderful. We have conquered nature. It's like, oh, great. Very, very victorious, this Northwestern Good job, crew guys. Here. Yeah, nice Good work. Job. There you go. There's your FLIPPY update for the day. Watch out, folks. Wear your gas masks. Flying microchips. A grain of sand. Oh, boy. All right. Well, we got a few things in the world of the Great Reset.
We need a great reset.
Learn to use the dark side.
Yes. Yahoo Finance, your source of absolute truthful information, mirrored an article from... Who's it mirrored by? Yahoo doesn't write their own news. Yeah, it's mirrored by a Business Wire here. Okay. And the headline is, Accenture and the World Economic Forum decode the, quote, sustainability DNA for companies seeking to deliver value and impact for all stakeholders. Huh. Okay, so just for a little review for everybody, of course, the Great Reset being pushed by Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum. They're taking advantage of, if not crafting the situation of the pandemic to restructure the world order to something more of their liking called stakeholder capitalism. Yep. They use the social justice language that this is capitalism for the people until you read in their own literature that the stakeholders in stakeholder capitalism are corporations, right? And the owners of those corporations. But we're going to hold them accountable, see, with our ESG initiatives. Good. Our environment, social and governance initiatives that ESG, I've been calling the evil satanic governance because, ESG.
Nice. Yeah. Got him, Gonz.
I know. I'm so good. So anyway, let's see what it says here. Companies with deeply embedded stakeholder management practices generate over 20% more in profit, as well as environmental and societal impact. It's right there, ESG. New research from Accenture and the World Economic Forum uncovers the capabilities that C-suite leaders need to build sustainable organizations that deliver lasting value and equitable impact for their people, customers, and wider communities. And there's the whole graph that shows like a wheel that shows all the different aspects of the sustainability DNA.
Yeah.
And the report shaping the sustainable organization finds that the responsible values and environmental, social, and governance, ESG, intentions of companies are outrunning the ability of their organizations to deliver. To convert sustainability goals into reality, Accenture and the World Economic Forum decoded Sustainability DNA, a set of 21 management practices, systems, and processes that form the foundations of stakeholder centricity. Quote, "The world's environment and social challenges are already disrupting business today," said Peter Lacey, Chief Responsibility Officer and Global Sustainability Service Lead.
Ooh, responsibility
officer. Quote, but our research with the World Economic Forum found that those who root their organizations and leadership DNA in stakeholder centricity enjoy significantly better sustainability performance and value creation. These pioneers utilize new technologies and ESG data sets to create more sustainable and resilient supply chains, systematically harness the innovative power of diversity, and drive growth by putting stakeholder needs at the heart of products, services, and new market opportunities. Those who ignore this moment to position for the future risk being left behind.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's been the theme. We did a whole phase where we were doing a lot of reporting on ESG, and BlackRock is a big part of that and everything else. And they always talk about, like, do it or you will fall behind. You will be left behind. You will not be part of this world. Yeah, it's so crazy. According to report, embedding sustainability DNA drives behavioral changes throughout organizations in 3 ways: by fostering human connections, boosting collective intelligence, and driving accountability at all levels. Sounds kind of like a hive mind to me. Overall, companies tend to score higher on enablers that deepen, quote, human connections, reflecting their ability to engage stakeholders, but are weaker on enablers that build collective intelligence, suggesting a struggle from leadership teams to build stakeholder centricity. Overall, the average scores across all companies in the SOI was only 52 out of 100, suggesting that most have significant room to strengthen their sustainability DNA. That's pretty much it. I don't think we need to go into it.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of jargon. But
a lot of jargon.
The long story short is that it's the ESG thing is moving out of the realm of ambiguity and into the realm of math and concrete goals that they're actually giving people.
Right. And basically, if you want to play the game of a large corporation moving into the future, you have to comply by this ESG that nobody voted for or asked for. It's just this thing that just happened.
Right.
Thanks, World Economic Forum. Appreciate it. And the people that are really making it happen are the banks. Because I have this, I'm not going to read the article. This is Bloomberg Green. And it's interesting because the headline here, ECB says ignoring climate change may decimate Europe's economy. And the talking points here, study sees significant GDP impact by the year 2100 if no transition. Firms, banks to benefit from adopting green policies early on.
Yeah.
So again, the central bank is like, oh, we got to fix the climate. It's like, really? You guys are the ones that are telling everybody?
Well, that's been the hilarious part about it, is those who are skeptical about the mainstream storyline of climate change and the Green New Deal and all this kind of stuff. the propaganda is, if you don't like the Green New Deal, you hate the earth and you want to destroy it. But no, the real criticism is, hey, Green New Deal, climate change, it's all being used and propagated and a lot of times exaggerated for the purposes of the financial gain of a small group of people. There are economic forces and billions to be made off of convincing everybody that we're all going to die in 5 years. And the hilarious part about it is through ESG and the World Economic Forum, it's not even like a theory anymore. It's just right there. The central banks. You mean the big evil lizard corporations that don't care about human lives and routinely destroy communities, not to mention independent nation states for their own personal profit? Yeah, they want to save the earth now. So yes, that's perfect. They're certainly they're doing this for humanitarian reasons and not to further their own profit motives. It's just funny to see how deep the rabbit hole goes and how strong the mind control is for the eco warriors. Well,
the cognitive dissonance, right? Because a lot of like the libjo types are really against corporations, but they're all about climate change. Mm-hmm. But then what they don't realize is that the two are merging, like on the same page.
Or they've always been connected. It's like just now they're like, okay, all right, the time has come to reveal the final solution to climate change. It's the central banks. Yay!
Well, I like this here because in the article it states the ECB, which is the European Central Bank, is pushing companies and banks to understand and manage environmental threats. Thanks, Central Bank, helping companies understand environmental threats and the possibility that polluting firms will go out of business.
Yes, no, you cannot be a polluting firm. You must trade in the new corporate currency of carbon tax credits. On
top of its economy-wide climate assessment, the ECB, the European Central Bank, will also conduct a bank-specific stress test next year. What does that mean?
Yeah, that is actually...
What? What are you talking about, dude?
Very ominous.
A bank-specific stress test.
Whoa, that's like foreboding of some sort of...
crazy market chaos.
Some sort of complete economic worldwide chaos. Or, some economic utopia. Certainly, the chaos being the most reliable.
You dial up the HARP, in Europe specifically, and you have all this infrastructure destroyed, and now the ECB comes and see, you guys didn't listen to us, and now look at the hurricanes and
this will be
whatever.
This will be a very, we kind of are just working through this, but I believe this is a very important hint that they're giving.
Yeah.
They're talking about doing a pretty drastic stress test on the banks next year. Again, not financial advice, but maybe something to write down in the red book so we can remember this day when we called it, so we can play that jingle sometime next year.
Sure. Well, I can add it. I get distracted. I'll do it as we go along here. But basically, that's it. That's the story here. And just as an example of... And this is public, folks. This is stuff hopefully you can use to share with your libjo friends or family who are like all about climate change or whatever. And you can say, they can believe in climate change, but it's like, well, what is it being used for? And, I don't know though. Sometimes they look at this stuff and they go, well, this is good. This is what we want. So it's like, oh boy. But,
and I believe that there's some partisan control opposition in this regard as well. Because so often, you'll see the right get so caught up in the climate change isn't real conversation.
Right.
And the problem is, that's not necessary. I don't think that that's the
main issue.
That's not the thing to die on, you know. I mean, we know climate's change. We know there's cycles. Whether or not humans have had any impact on it is a matter of degrees and how much, and not degrees like temperature, but just a matter of how much exactly are we causing versus other things. You know, that's all. That's almost beside the point. The main point that conservatives should be sort of staking their flag in, which is, hey, this is hysteria being used by the lizard people to control
don't say
economics.
Lizard people.
Yeah, don't use lizard people. That's
you can say something now.
Yeah, they won't get the joke. But, you know, the point is that it's just another manipulation tactic in order to centralize power with central banks and governments secondarily, but central banks primarily, to take more control and be able to keep the rest of humanity enslaved in this sort of sick system that we currently have. But, you know, people are more willing to bend the knee when they think that they're saving the world from something.
The supposed quote from Mayor Amschel Bauer Rothschild: "Give me control of a nation's money and I care not who makes its laws."
That's right. And speaking of money, we been talking about the vaccine and the access to the banking in Africa, but we've got a little connected story here from YourBasin.com. It's a Texas outlet, and the headline is "Vaccine Apartheid. Africans tell UN they need vaccines." As wealthy countries begin to consider whether to offer their populations a third COVID-19 shot, African nations still waiting for their first gave this stark reminder to world leaders at the UN General Assembly on Thursday. No one is safe unless we are all safe. That message was repeated throughout the day as the inequity of vaccine distribution came into sharp focus. As of mid-September, fewer than 4% of Africans have been fully immunized, and most of the 5.7 billion vaccine doses administered around the world have been given in just 10 rich countries. Chad's president, Mohamed Idris Deby, Itno, warned of the dangers of leaving countries behind. Quote, "The virus doesn't know continents, borders, even..." Oh, excuse me, I got the show burps. "The virus doesn't know continents, borders, or even less nationalities or social statuses," Itno told the General Assembly. Quote, "The countries and regions that aren't vaccinated will be a source of propagating and developing new variants of the virus." That's not quite supported by the science, but okay. In this regard, we welcome the repeated appeals of the United Nations Secretary General and the Director General of the World Health Organization in favor of access to the vaccine for all. The salvation of humanity depends on it.
The salvation of humanity depends on a vaccine distributed by the rich nations and the World Health Organization policing it?
Yeah, it's got so many weird layers to it.
What are you talking about, Mitty?
Yeah. Come to our aid, white saviors, and give us the vaccine.
That's the other thing that's crazy is that, you know, a lot of the people in America, especially the people that are super pro-vax, you know, they would be the first ones to call out the racism, you know, and the white supremacy issue in the world.
Yes.
Well, they're participating in white supremacy if they get the vaccine.
I know. If you get a booster shot, you're a white supremacist.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to say. The struggle to contain the coronavirus pandemic has featured prominently in leaders' speeches over the past few days, many of them delivered remotely exactly because of the virus. Country after country acknowledged the wide disparity in accessing the vaccine, painting a picture so bleak that a solution has at times seemed impossibly out of reach. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa pointed to vaccines as, quote, "the greatest defense that humanity has against the ravages of the pandemic." Quote, I would love to know. I guess South Africa got hit kind of hard. I'd be curious to know exactly what the numbers are in these areas. Quote, "It is therefore a great concern that the global community has not sustained the principles of solidarity and cooperation in securing equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines," he said. "It is an indictment on humanity that more than 82% of the world's vaccine doses have been acquired by wealthy countries, while less than 1% has gone to low-income countries." Well, I guess he needs to be reminded that, when you have Bill Gates in charge of the patent of these things, yeah, he's going to test it on Africans, but he's not going to just give it away. He's not going to give away the secret sauce or let you manufacture it yourself. That wouldn't be very philanthropic of him. He and others urged UN member states to support a proposal to temporarily waive certain intellectual property rights established by the World Trade Organization to allow more countries, particularly low and middle income countries, to produce COVID-19 vaccines. Earlier this year, U.S. President Joe Biden broke with European allies to embrace the waivers, but there has been no movement toward the necessary global consensus on the issue required under WTO rules. While some non-governmental organizations have called the waivers vital to boosting global production of the shots, U.S. officials concede it is not the most constricting factor in the inequitable vaccine distribution, and some privately doubt the waivers for the highly complex shots would lead to enhanced production. Yeah, isn't that interesting? It's almost like the motivation behind the vaccines is not to provide them to people who can't pay for them. It's almost like the government and the companies who manufacture them want to primarily get paid for it rather than make it available.
What?
Very interesting how that just seems to come out accidentally in this article. Angola President João Lourenço said it was shocking to see the disparity between some nations. Yeah. We know. Disparities. These disparities allow for third doses to be given in some cases, while in other cases, as in Africa, the vast majority of the population has not even received the first dose. The U.S., Britain, France, Germany, and Israel are among the countries that have begun administering boosters or announced plans to do so. Namibia President Hage Geingob called it vaccine apartheid. A notable reference given to the country's own experience with apartheid when neighboring South Africa's white minority government controlled Southwest Africa, the name for Namibia before its independence in 1990. The grim consequences of COVID-19 hit Tanzania especially hard when the East African country's then President John Magufuli, who had insisted the coronavirus could be defeated with prayer, died in March. A little sting there. The presidency went to his deputy, Samia Suluhu Hassan, who has since changed Tanzania's course on the pandemic, but still sees great challenges ahead. Quote, "We tend to forget that no one is safe until everyone is safe," she said during her speech Thursday, stressing the importance of countries with surplus COVID-19 vaccine doses sharing them with other countries. And it goes on for a little while more. I think we kind of get the point. It doesn't wrap up with anything especially rewarding. But this idea of vaccine apartheid I thought was very interesting because a lot of the conversation going on in the West with the United States and Australia and Canada and the UK and France and places like that, vaccine apartheid is also a phrase being used, but in the opposite direction.
Right.
It's almost like this article is trying to reclaim the phrase and take it away from the movements against vaccine mandates, where vaccine apartheid or medical apartheid is used to describe, a government-enforced separation of society between vaccine and unvaccinated.
Yeah, the very last paragraph in the article states that the WHO says only 15% of promised donations of vaccines from rich countries have been delivered. So even the people that have promised it, they're like,
they don't deliver them until they're they're out of date. They're expired.
They're out of date. You got to make sure that
sign
they
over. So they provide some, and to be clear, look, I don't have evidence for this right now, but it will be, I will be cosmically astonished if there are not strings attached to all these quote unquote donations of these vaccines.
Of course. Yeah. That's probably part of the reason that
they're not getting delivered.
Why they're not getting him is, hey, sign this paper. Well, what's on the paper? Well, you got to do this.
You got to give us some land for a military base. You got to make some trade agreements. We're gonna hold this against you so you can support us in this other global thing we're doing. Yeah,
not surprising whatsoever. And I wanted to just quickly note that part of this vaccine apartheid conversation or narrative in this regard, coming from the Africans telling the UN they need vaccines, is part of a long agenda, and it's not surprising whatsoever. I've been talking about this for years. This is the sdgs.un.org. This is the United Nations website, Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. They have their 30-step plan or 30-category plan of things, or maybe was it 19? I don't remember. They have a whole huge list of things they want to do. And one of them here under section or goal number 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Remember, this was written, I think it was published in 2015 when the Pope made his announcement at the UN September. I think it was September, or maybe it was August or something, 2015. So literally like 5 or 6 years ago. And 3.8, achieve universal health coverage, including financial risk protection, access to quality essential healthcare services, and access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines for all. 3.9.b, support the research and development of vaccines and medicines for the communicable and non-communicable diseases that primarily affect developing countries, provide access to affordable essential medicines and vaccines in accordance with the Doha Declaration on the TRIPS Agreement and public health, blah, 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 blah. So, point being, this idea of, we got to make sure the whole world, has access to the most cutting-edge medicine. That's been part of the agenda for a while now. So it looks like the Africans are using the UN's own documents against the UN, or like pleading with them, like, "Hey, you guys said,
right,
you're going to, help us out over here, the poorer nations." But, Biden and crew in the United States, they're not doing it, or, very little. Which, speaking of which, this leads us right into the Wakashin section here. Or actually, let's call it COVID-19.
It's Corona time. COVID-19, 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 yes. COVID-19, COVID-19, coronavirus.
I have a clip right before we go into this, Basil. It's from Biden's presser today, this morning. A lot of it had to do with the economy, but he did talk about the boosters. I have one clip where the person asking the question asks Biden, what if people get the booster anyway? Because it's not approved for people under 65 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But here's what he says.
What do you say to Americans who disregard the new CDC guidance and get a booster shot anyway?
Well, I'm not sure how they get it, but in the near term, we're probably going to open this up anyway. They're constantly looking at both Moderna and J&J, and we're both, as I said in the speech. In addition to that, we're also looking to the time when we're going to be able to expand the booster shots basically across the board. So I would just say it'd be better to wait your turn in line, wait your turn, and to get there.
I think he forgot what he was talking about by the end of that little rant there.
Yeah, he needs to keep his answers short.
Yeah. But what was being talked about there was the CDC overruling the FDA, basically. And, this is a Rochelle jingle.
Rochelle.
Get out of my face, Rochelle.
And this is NewYorkTimes.com. CDC Chief overrules agency panel and recommends Pfizer-BioNTech boosters for workers at risk.
Overrules. It's such an interesting way that they put it over there at the New York Times.
She's so powerful. Don't mess with Rochelle. She's a strong woman. Women rule.
I'm getting a paywall. Do you have accessibility into this article?
I do. I don't know why mine is. I didn't have to do the.
Oh, you didn't have to. It's just let you in.
Yeah.
Gonzo, what?
I know.
All right. Well, I'll run it through the Wayback Machine here.
It says here the director of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention on Friday overruled a recommendation by an agency advisory panel that had refused to endorse booster shots on the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine for frontline workers. It was a highly unusual move for the director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky. But
wasn't it? New York Times.
But aligned CDC policy with the Food and Drug Administration's endorsement over her own agency's advisors. Mm-hmm. The CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization...
It's almost like she's politically motivated and not actually motivated by the science. Just kind of feels that way.
Yeah,
I don't
know,
but what do I know?
Yeah, right. She's the director of the CDC. She's not going to...
It's almost like the president that put her in charge and also has an acting director at the FDA, which caused top FDA officials to leave because of the over-politicization and ignorance of the science. It seems like there's almost something like that going on here. It's weird.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky to you. You don't become a doctor without science.
You don't become a doctor by listening to the president.
The CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices on Thursday recommended the boosters for a wide range of Americans, including tens of millions of older adults and younger people at high risk for the disease, but they excluded healthcare workers, teachers, and others whose jobs put them at risk. But that put their recommendations at odds with the FDA's authorization of booster shots for all adults with a high occupational risk. Dr. Walensky's decision was a boost for President Biden's campaign to give a broad segment of Americans access to boosters. The White House had come under criticism for getting ahead of the regulatory process. The White House could begin promoting and rolling out a plan for booster shots as soon as Friday. That would be in keeping with the administration's previously announced plan to offer the additional doses this week. The CDC statement arrived well past midnight, a sign of the complicated and confusing decision-making surrounding the boosters. The CDC advisors similarly spent 2 days debating who should get boosters and when, and could not agree on whether occupational risk should qualify as a criterion. Quote, I am surprised that Dr. Walensky overturned one of our 4 ACIP votes today, and I believe others will be as well, said Dr. Yvonne Maldonado, an infectious disease expert at Stanford and the American Academy of Pediatrics liaison to the committee. But the vote on boosters for occupational risk, quote, was close, Dr. Maldonado said, and agreed with Dr. Walensky's decision. Quote, this addresses not only waning immunity, but those at high risk of exposure, Dr. Maldonado added. Minutes before Dr. Walensky's statement, Dr. Amanda Cohn, who oversaw the 2-day meeting of the panel, tried to prepare the advisors for the director's decision. Quote, Dr. Walensky...
I love this. Amanda Cohn says, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate all of your really hard work and participation in this very important decision. And we know that we just want you to know we really trust your ability to read the science and do the science. And really, I hope everybody out here, you got your free drink ticket and you really enjoyed the the coffee bar we had for you. Thanks for voting in this whole thing. But you know what? We're just going to ignore everything that you had to say on the matter because Walensky's made her own decision.
Yeah, speaking of authoritarianism.
Mm-hmm. Why did they even have a vote?
Yeah,
if
what's
Walensky
the point?
is just going to come out and ignore the vote anyways.
Well, she's a doctor. Dr. Walensky is reversing the decision to not this is a quote. Dr. Walensky is reversing the decision to not recommend use of a booster dose in persons at high risk for occupational or institutional exposure, Dr. Cohn wrote in an email. Quote, I am hoping to share this news with you before you see it in the press.
Oh my gosh. What is first the FDA completely loses all veneer of a science appreciating organization, and then the CDC just steps right up and does the exact same thing.
It's the CDC, man. Got to listen to them.
We love our authorities. Well, we don't love the authorities. We love the authorities within the authorities,
right.
You know.
Dr. Walensky's decision to go against her own agency's advisors came as a surprise to at least some of her staff members. The CDC director's endorsement of the advisory committee. That
came as a surprise to some of them. Some of her other staff members knew that she was just going to do whatever she wanted, despite what other professionals say.
The other half are probably complicit in whatever her agenda is.
They think that they're the saviors.
Right. The CDC director's endorsement of the advisory committee's recommendation is typically just a formality. Okay. Hours before her statement, agency insiders predicted she would stick with the usual protocol because doing otherwise would undermine the process and upset the advisors as well as her own staff. Experts.
I love this. I love it because it's like, oh, those crazy white supremacist domestic terrorists, they don't trust our government. Rochelle Walensky doesn't trust our government. She's just going rogue.
Where was I? Okay. But experts outside the CDC said Dr. Walensky may have had no choice but to align herself with the FDA's decision. Quote, there's a complexity here.
Hold on. No, I'm sorry, but align herself with the FDA's decision, who is also agreed that they shouldn't be giving boosters out to everybody, and only agreed to give anybody boosters because of the politically motivated acting director on the Biden payroll. So what you're really saying is aligning herself with what Biden wants politically because of his falling poll numbers.
Yeah. The quote here, there's a complexity here because Dr. Walensky was part of the White House announcement on boosters, noted Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of the Brown University School of Public Health. Dr. Walensky said providing booster shots to healthcare workers and others who risk contracting the disease on the job would, quote, best serve the nation's public health needs.
According to you, and not the panel of professionals that you put together to help you make this decision. But okay.
She approved the panel's decision to endorse third shots for people over 65, patients in nursing homes and other institutional settings, and those with underlying medical conditions. Dr. Walensky's decision revealed the continuing divisions and confusion among federal regulators and outside advisors about how to contain the virus nearly 2 years into the pandemic. I don't think there's I don't think there's confusion. The confusion is why they're not following the science, probably, or like at least for half the people in there.
It's a good point, because over and over and over for 2 years now, we've had the CDC and the FDA coming to conclusions and then acting in contrast to their conclusions. The confusion is being created by the organizations when they get scientists and doctors together who say, yeah, actually, no, we don't need to mandate things. Oh, actually, no, we probably shouldn't shoot this into every possible arm. Oh, no, we probably, the mask thing is kind of just, it's kind of sort of a secondary thing. And then they come out and make decisions in direct contrast to what they internally believe. That's the confusion.
Yeah, this gets even more egregious as we go along here, New York Times. On Wednesday, the Food and Drug Administration authorized booster shots for certain frontline workers. But the CDC's advisors disagreed that the doses were needed by so many healthy people.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, really? Oh, whatever the
weird. It's like there's doctors who say healthy people don't need medicine. Yeah. What a surprise.
Whatever the scientific reservations, millions are expected to seek out booster shots.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, they're admitting it. It's like, oh, well, forget the science. People
they literally are saying against the science, millions are expected to go get the third shot. Oh my gosh.
In one recent poll, about 3/4 of vaccinated Americans said they would opt for a booster if the doses were available.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, polls. Polls are
the mind control is very strong.
State health department. The health department. Is it the Satan federal health workers? Hold on. I gotta have that stuff ready a little bit better, just because I'm here you go.
Satan federal health officials.
There you go. Satan federal Satan federal health department. Departments generally follow the recommendations of the CDC, but many Americans are scrambling for boosters even before the FDA's authorization, typically by finding a cooperative pharmacist or by claiming to be unvaccinated. Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Isn't this crazy? This is like it's like medical populism is what it is. It makes no sense. It's against the science. It's against the rules, but you've got this fear-based mind control so effectively installed onto a certain segment of the population that they will not just ignore science, they will blaspheme science and illegally seek out third shots by lying to the government. I mean, they are radicalizing the other half too. You know, you talk about the radicalization that this all this flip-flopping has created. It's not just anti-vaxxers or vaccine hesitant. It's the vaccine obsessed that are now committing crimes against the science to go get third boosters. It's absolute madness.
It's a pandemic of not just the unvaccinated, but those claiming to be unvaccinated.
That's funny.
The CDC's advisors acted on what they described with considerable frustration.
They identify as unvaccinated.
Yeah. The CDC's advisors acted on what they described. Again, the CDC advisors acted on what they described with considerable frustration as scant research, mulling over conflicting data points that seldom point in one direction.
Conflicting data points.
Wow. Really? Mm-hmm. Science. Science had conflicting data points? That doesn't happen.
That's just what there's, you know, I mean, you got to give these sort of low-level second chair doctors and scientists at the CDC the credit they deserve. I mean, this panel came together and just said, you know what? The science isn't there. We can't but we shouldn't be giving boosters to everybody.
Yeah, remember the lady who showed the VAERS data with the 1000x on the people, you know, getting hurt after vaccines?
That was in the FDA meeting, yeah.
Yeah, the meeting, yeah.
In both the FDA and the CDC, you have good, honest scientists and doctors who are coming together, being honest about the science, saying, you know what, the science just isn't there. And you have the leaders of these organizations saying, well, thanks for coming. Yeah, we'll call you if we need. We'll call you if we need your opinion. But we're going to do opposite of what you said.
Yeah, it's unreal. Let's see. In the end, the panel unanimously endorsed booster shots for adults over 65 and for residents of long-term care facilities who most clearly will benefit. The committee also backed the shots for people 50 to 64 with medical conditions, yada, yada, yada. Only Americans who have already received 2 doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine will qualify for booster shots.
I love that.
I know.
Qualify. You mean just logically? Like, you can't get a booster shot unless you've had the original dose. That is just not how universe works.
They flip-flopped on that too. I mean, depending on what news source you were looking at. Remember, they were like, well, I think it was in Europe or UK where they're like, well, you can mix it. If you got the Pfizer, you can get the AstraZeneca.
Okay, you're right. The point of this was the Pfizer shot specifically.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And because also Biden this morning.
That is interesting. There are millions of people who mixed the shots.
Yeah.
And they're saying if you mix the shots, you are not eligible for the booster.
Yeah, go home.
Whoa,
be scared.
Okay.
Put your mask on.
Yeah,
social
that
distance.
is funky. That's crazy.
Well, plus, if you got Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, Biden told everybody this morning during his presser, like, we're looking at the data. The scientists are doing their, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, whatever.
The panel was not asked to judge whether people who received the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccines should receive the additional doses which have not been authorized by the FDA. Several experts on the CDC panel nevertheless urged a mix-and-match strategy, saying that they could see little reason not to offer a Pfizer-BioNTech booster to someone who qualified but had received, for example, the J&J vaccine. Some members warned that delivering multiple rounds of booster shots available periodically when authorized would tax an already burdened healthcare system. Oh, yeah, that's the real problem.
I love this framing it as qualified, too.
I know.
The first 2 shots, they're forced on you. You have to do it. You're a good person. Oh, but to get that third one, you're going to have to meet some criteria.
Yeah, the CDC's panel's guidance followed weeks of internal disagreements and public debate among American health officials and advisors. In mid-August, President Biden announced plans for a booster rollout, but scientists and regulators were quick to point out that there was little research on who might benefit and how the doses should be distributed. The FDA's acting commissioner, we've highlighted that point over and over.
That's right. She's an acting commissioner. She's not a permanent role. She was put there by Biden because Biden didn't like the Trump guy in there.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Redfield. Robert Redfield.
The actor?
By the way, Robert Redfield, the former head of the FDA, who then came out and started promoting the lab leak theory.
Right. Yeah, it was only after he left, right?
Yep.
Janet Woodcock approves of the boosters. But some members of the committee said there was little evidence to suggest that vaccinated teachers and even healthcare workers were at risk of repeating exposure to the virus. The decision reflected fears that such a broad recommendation would effectively throw the doors open to an all-adults booster campaign. Well, that's what they want. That's what they're trying to go for. You heard it in Biden's clip there. Eventually it's going to be administered everywhere. Quote, my sense was that the committee felt that was sort of a hole that you could drive a truck through. Dr. Paul Offit, a professor at the University of Pennsylvania and a member of the FDA's vaccine advisory panel, told reporters at an online briefing on Thursday. Over the 2 days, the panel wrestled with the public's expectation for COVID vaccines, the safety of third doses, and how a booster program would affect nursing homes residents. Booster doses alone would not turn back the pandemic, some scientists noted. Only vaccinating the unvaccinated would do that. It's crazy how they've manipulated the situation so wildly that people that are skeptical of the vaccine are taking the side of the people that are like, no, we have to vaccinate the unvaccinated. They're on the same page when it comes to the boosters.
Right.
It's just wild how they're able to manipulate people into different teams. Quote, we may move the needle. Move the needle a little bit by giving a booster dose to people, said Dr. Helen Talbot, an associate professor of medicine at Vanderbilt University. But she added, quote, the hospitals are full because people are not vaccinated. Again, I don't think the hospitals are full, but, the narrative is there. I mean, I'm tired of this article.
No, I think we got it. I mean, do we need to keep reading it?
I don't think so.
We're almost finished.
I know, but...
Just jam through it. We don't need to comment on anything. We already made it this far.
I forgot where I was.
Okay. Well, we get the point. It's basically sitting there saying the same thing over and over.
I want to... I'm going to skip to something real briefly, Basil, just to get it out of the way. It's in the I Am Waxing section, and it's the Science Direct study Just because we're talking about science, the science.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so this is ScienceDirect.com. The name of the study, which I believe has been peer reviewed, because it says here that it was received July 16th, available on, and it's got a couple revisions, accepted August 29th, 2021, available online September 14th. The name of the study is Why Are We Vaccinating Children Against COVID-19? That's the name of the study. And the bullet points, bulk of COVID-19 per capita deaths occur in elderly with high comorbidities. Per capita COVID-19 deaths are negligible in children. Clinical trials for these inoculations were very short term. Clinical trials did not address long-term effects most relevant to children. High post-inoculation deaths reported in VAERS, very short term. And I mean, I was reading this thing, and it literally read like some people like us talking, but like a lot of science backing it up. They mentioned VAERS. They mentioned how only 1% of VAERS, let's see, I'm just going to read it. VAERS has been shown to report about 1% of actual vaccine inoculation adverse events. We've made that point. A lot of people have made that point. Yet the numbers are skyrocketing, on VAERS. Right. This was really interesting. So this is what it says in the paper here. A vaccine is legally defined as any substance designed to be administered to a human being for the prevention of one or more diseases. For example, a January 2000 patent application that defined vaccines as, quote, compositions or mixtures that when introduced into the circulatory system of an animal will evoke a protective response to a pathogen, was rejected by the U.S. Patent Office because, quote, the immune response produced by a vaccine must be more than merely some immune response, but must be protective. As noted in the previous office action, the ART recognizes the term vaccine to be a compound which prevents infection, end quote.
Right, which this vaccine does not.
It does not. So based on their own, the U.S. patent's definition, this is not a vaccine. Because it doesn't prevent you. It might lower the whatever. It might lower the if you get it or whatever.
The claim is that it lowers hospitalization and death.
Right. In the remainder of this article, we use the term inoculated rather than vaccinated because the injected material in the present COVID-19 inoculations prevents neither viral infection nor transmission. Since its main focus in practice appears to be symptom suppression, it is operationally a quote-unquote treatment. And I think that is very interesting because why all this anti-talk about ivermectin? Because ivermectin would be treatment, right? It's a treatment of this thing. So I don't know. I thought that was really fascinating that they would make that distinction and maybe, a talking point that a peer-reviewed scientific paper would also talk about that issue. I had a couple other things highlighted, but I don't know that we necessarily have to go through it.
It sounds like it's a paper that reviews all the stuff that we've been pointing out for 2 years now.
Yeah.
Or at least a year since the vaccine was made available.
Yeah. They point out the VAERS thing. Okay, so this is basically their conclusion of the paper here. For children, the chances of death from COVID-19 are negligible, but the chances of serious damage over their lifetime from the toxic inoculations are not negligible.
Say that one more time.
For children, the chances of death from COVID-19 are negligible. But the chances for serious damage over their lifetime from the toxic inoculations are not negligible.
Oh,
because this is what they're saying. That's a very
strong statement.
This is what they're basically saying.
More children get hurt from the vaccine.
Yes, because they're getting it younger. They have their entire lifetime to have to build complications from this inoculation.
Right.
Whereas the older people, it's like, it's people are dying and I think in the paper it also mentions like if we try to, and I think they did a study or tried to do a study of what the actual death count would really be because there's so many comorbidities and it's unclear how, if people would have died anyway. And I mean, they get into all that stuff, literally, like you said, all the stuff we've been talking about for 2 years about, this whole pandemic situation. But I again, this is all linked in the show notes and, it'll go out in the email if anybody wants to do a deep dive into some scientific literature, and it's pretty, it doesn't get too in the weeds. There's some scientific papers, that are like, I have no idea what they're talking about. It's like,
yeah,
what?
Well, they're just like naming the weird taxonomies.
Right.
And
this one is not like that.
Names of molecules and
yeah. This one's a little bit, you can consume it a little more easily if you're not a medical professional. So anyway, I thought I'd tag that on the end of the CDC stuff. But we got some other stuff to get to here. And,
well, let's just talk about Australia for a quick second.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we've, the other night I just got really fired up, man. A lot of stuff.
Tweet, like, whoa, man.
Dude, like, I'm tired of just kind of just watching it happen. But the point is, more than anything, I wanted to tell all the Aussies, we got a lot of Aussie listeners, that, hey, we're keeping an eye on what's going on over there. We're not just, a lot of times with the riots and stuff, especially if they're in like France or something, you're like, oh yeah, there's a riot over there. Go get them, French. But the stuff coming out of Australia is just every new thing is just so egregious. Yeah. And the police over there are in full stormtrooper mode. And so I've sort of just made a habit now of I've just made a habit now of resharing basically every little video that I can find about Australia. I'll just pop it out on my Twitter channel. And I recommend, people on Twitter, go ahead and tag me and stuff. I'm not really interested in like other people's breakdowns necessarily, unless they are an Aussie and have some stuff to add to it. But just the raw footage shows this insane level of crackdown going on. And it is incredibly worrisome to me. So let's see here.
I'm just kind of showing.
Show some clips, or what's the?
I'm scrolling through the Twitter. I just typed in Melbourne, and all these videos pop up. There's one where the guy's face is all bloody. He's got blood all over the place. Oh my gosh!
Enormous police brutality going on. I mean, a lot of these videos, they're not even waiting for a protest to form. There's not even protests going on, and they're marching the stormtroopers down the street. And these stormtroopers, they'll just start picking fights with people. Yeah. They'll just start attacking people out of nowhere. It's not a protest. There'll be a guy like filming, like, hey, what the heck is going on here? This is weird. There's no protest. They're just marching down the street. And then the police will see him videoing and just come at him and just take him down. It is crazy. So more than anything, I just want the Australian listeners out there to know that we see what's going on over there. And, we got a big group of Americans here are paying attention, and they're standing with you. And it's one of these situations where if the government over there is letting it get that bad and they are responding this strongly, there is some sort of breaking point being hit. And so there you go. We just support you. And if you're on Twitter, and just tag me and stuff. I want to see everything there is to see, because I'm going to be putting it out there. A lot of stuff going on. They're doing full-on social media blackouts in places like Melbourne and other cities that are having protests. Facebook and Twitter have teamed up with the government to shut down the ability to live stream. So nobody can live stream, thanks to the lizard people, Mark Zuckerberg and what's his face over at Twitter. There has been big protests from construction guys, like what do they call them? Tradies, I think is the Aussie term. Tradies, laborers, skilled workers, union guys, things like that.
Sorry, I'm watching. Sorry to disrupt you.
Sure.
I'm watching a clip of. There was like a line of these stormtrooper types, and there's a crowd of people, and everyone's got their phone out. They're recording it, and they just kind of impose themselves. And even the cameraman that I got here is, he gets pushed and whatever. And there's a guy that like grabs, he looks like he's got like a Danish or something, and he just stuffs it in his mouth and runs away. The eating guy.
I love the eating
he's
guy.
He's all out of here, but I got to get my food in, so.
Yeah. Well, in this particular video that you're showing, the stormtroopers are trapping people in a grocery store. You have grocery shoppers trying to leave a mall or a grocery store type of place, and the stormtroopers are trapping them inside. When you have a government who is not allowing free citizens to leave a store and trapping them inside and guarding the doors, that has some incredibly disturbing historical echoes to it. I mean, what if there was a fire? What if there was some sort of emergency and these stormtroopers are just guarding the door, not letting anybody out? I don't know. It is so sketchy, but I do like Danish guy. Yeah, the guy's like eating a donut while getting shoved.
He's like, gotta get my food in.
Just incredible. Oh, so just to finish out with the tradies.
Yes. Yeah.
The tradies came out in full force, and there's this one video where you've got the police. They're over a bullhorn thing saying, "Hey, this is the police. You are required to go home. This is illegal." And just this like Braveheart style roaring chant of all these construction workers and tradies shouting back at the police. And you just see this. There's stormtroopers on horseback. They're all armored up. They got their shields, and they're literally standing in opposition to a massive crowd of the men and women who build the country, holding a giant banner that says freedom. And I'm just like, how in the world are these cops? How do you justify that? How do you come to a place in your life where you're like, literally the armed forces against freedom, and you're like, yeah, this is fine. This is a great way to get a paycheck. There is also an interesting video that came out with a discussion. You know, one of these stormtroopers was trying to convince people. Again, it wasn't a protest. They were just out and about. And he's like, go home, go home, go home. They get in this conversation. And the guy who's videoing is like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, you're choosing the wrong side, buddy. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm going bankrupt and my wife lost her job.
Oh, gosh. That's what I was going to say was I'm sure there's been a concerted effort in maybe Australia, and this could be a very interesting study if somebody looks into it, how they hired their police force, what kind of psychological analysis went into.
Sure. Well, and trapped them skills wise. You know, when you get young men, in the United States, I think the average officer who joins the force is like 22 or something, 20, somewhere around there. And this guy made a point. He's like, I'm not skilled to do anything else. I don't know how to do anything else. Yeah. He's geared up. He's in his flak jacket. He's got a pistol. He's got his thing. He's carrying a rifle. He's got his helmet. He's full on stormtrooper. And he's like, bro, if I don't do this, what else am I going to do? It's like, you're like a murder machine for the government. Dude, we'll find you another job. But it's part of the vicious system that they've created. And part of it is, and the governments around the world do this, is you keep the police force on the edge. You know, these policemen, they're not wealthy. They're working for the government pension. So they don't have a lot of money. They're on the edge, just like everybody else, a week away, a one paycheck away from bankruptcy or some sort of horrible financial position. And the government is doing this on purpose. They need to keep the police force on the edge of destruction, or else they might wise up and say, oh, I don't really want to push grandmas, gleefully shove grandmas to the ground. I saw that one too. And spray them in the face with the mace. No, these are people who are fighting for their welfare, and that's their rebuttal. Like, why are you doing this? You're fighting against your own people. You're like a evil stormtrooper for Darth Vader. And it's like, well, if I don't, I can't pay my bills. It's like, well, okay.
This is the thing that's troubling is what could happen in the U.S. if this is able to persist. And if something like this goes down, like I'm thinking Los Angeles, the city area of L.A., if a police force like this comes in, there are local gangs that will defend to the death. It can become very bloody. It's different in the United States. In Australia, I know people are not armed, like people don't have their guns.
Not as armed.
Certainly
armed. Not as armed. Yeah.
It's a little different out here. And, especially when you talk about gangs and stuff around the LA County area, where I'm not in LA, but just in the general region. Yeah. I just can imagine it get really, really, really bad if a similar type of thing unfolds and freedoms are suppressed in this way. But one of the things that I thought was interesting, I have a clip here from Australia. I don't think it's from Melbourne.
Is this the door-to-door thing?
It's the door-to-door.
Okay, good.
Because it's one thing to be out and about and being pushed around by these stormtrooper guys. It's a whole nother thing to have them come right to your door.
Hey, what we're here for is obviously just in relation to the recent protests that are popping up and whatnot, and actually just here to do welfare checks and whatnot. You're planning on going in?
I didn't know there's anything on.
No?
No.
Any planned protests that you may know of?
Not as far as I know. It's a complete surprise when the cops are here. I'm like, what for?
No stress.
Just a friendly chat, that's all. So are you aware of any planned protests or events
that
are coming up, Jeff?
Nope.
No? Okay. Are you aware of any communication circling around between people about the planned any protests coming up?
No.
No? Do you use any platform at all or to communicate?
No.
Have you gone to any protests in the past?
No, I'm not going to answer that.
You haven't?
You guys wouldn't be here otherwise.
All right.
I'd like to know how you got this address, actually.
Okay. Anything else you like to tell us that might help with ensure the public safety?
No, it's all good. As long as you guys aren't running around shooting people with rubber bullets like down in Victoria, we're all good.
That's also another reason why, they're concerned with what's happening down in Victoria, that it doesn't then escalate and come up.
Yeah, of course.
So, just making sure your safety, our safety, everyone else's safety.
If you don't want it to escalate, don't go door to door asking them questions about what if they're planning to go protest, if they're using social media, if you've communicated, ideas that are against the government.
A welfare check, Gonz. It's you know what this is? It's a thought police.
Oh my gosh!
It's a thought police checkpoint, is what it is. Going door to door. And notice how, he asked 5 questions in a row. It was just the same question in 5 different ways.
Yeah.
They think they're clever trying to trick him into, giving himself away. Do you know of any protests? Do you know of anyone who knows of any protests? Have you seen anything about any protests? Are you on any platforms that are talking about any protests? How did you get the address thing? How did you get have you ever attended a protest? They got him on facial recognition. They got him on facial recognition. They looked him up. They're chasing him down. They think he's, some rabble rouser.
Yeah, the part,
whatever.
The part I cut out at the very beginning, one of the female officer here says that she's recording the whole thing, which is why he pulled out his phone. So I think, they want to get him on tape admitting.
They're getting him on tape.
Yeah.
It's reached a level of insanity that really, obviously it makes Australians uncomfortable, but as an American who makes everything about America, it's terrifying that that's happening to you guys down there. I just want all the Australians to know send me some more information. My inbox is open. Tag me and stuff in Twitter. I'm kind of tired of just seeing it passively going by, with all the censorship and all the nasty stuff going on. This is not. They're trying their hardest to keep this all a secret. Do you know there was a fat earthquake in Australia?
Yeah.
There's a humongous. What was it? 6.0 earthquake in Australia.
They're just pulling out all the things.
I haven't heard a peep about it.
Yeah.
And if you want to get really conspiratorial, with the earthquake machines. And things like that, creating destabilization, taking out infrastructure, pushing hardship on people in order to, stifle dissent. You could get really whacked out about that.
Do you want the wackiest? Oh, go ahead.
Real quick.
Okay.
That was the other thing about the tradies. When the tradies went out and protested, the government shut down all construction for like days afterward. I think it may still be shut down. So they're literally, you construction workers want to protest? Fine, we'll shut down all construction. We'll starve you and your family into submission.
Yeah. I'm gonna just float out the fringiest of fringe ideas here, and just to take it with a grain of salt, and please don't attach me to such theories. But I will claim correct if I'm proven right, which would be a pretty wild situation if proven right. I would not like to see this happen anytime soon. It would definitely be apocalyptic, to say the least. But something interesting to note. The closest nations to the landmass that is Antarctica includes South Africa, New Zealand, Chile, Argentina, and Australia. Mm-hmm. I am wondering if there is something happening in Antarctica that...
Okay.
You see where I'm going? You see where I'm going? That
we got the secret Nazi bases,
either Nazi bases or hollow Earth,
a big pyramid structure transmitting authoritarian frequencies.
Well, not just that, but they need the next nearest landmass to move or to occupy in the near future.
Using the authoritarian governments to invade the country from within.
Yeah, so that they can move operations or spread operations. Something along those lines. Again, impossible to truly verify or anything like that. But given all the strangeness, surrounding Antarctica from whatever angle you're coming at, the shape of the Earth or whatever it is, the opening into the hollow Earth, whatever theory you have.
Yeah,
I
the
do
invasion of the hollow Earth lizard people.
I do find it fascinating and strange because Chile is like, I think I looked it up. They're like 70. Close to like 80% vaccinated. They're pretty complicit. It's a pretty small country, though. New Zealand is having similar kind of like lockdown-ish type of situation.
Keep everybody inside so the underground tunnels can open up.
Right. Something, man. It's just
let the clone wars begin.
Yeah, or the other possibility is like, no, we really need to lock down, get everybody inside. This is like the flipperoo type of theory, which is that because remember there was an article about they found some like ancient virus in Antarctica. So
it's a classic.
So when the abyss starts to open, the countries nearest to the abyss opening up will be the first to receive this virus or this whatever it is. And so get compliant now before the ancient thing gets unleashed and people die. And we told you anti-vaccinated protesters to go home and protect yourself, but you didn't listen, so you die now. So I don't know, something along those lines. I know, pretty far fringe, but this is what I think about.
We're having fun.
So my mind
along
goes.
the same lines, we don't want to ignore other things going on. There's a big protest going on in Switzerland, Bern, Switzerland. I think we got a video of that.
Yeah, it's just a crowd for
just a
audio
protest.
listeners.
It's not as violent as the as the Australian protests, but just shows to go. Switzerland also getting in the game. The anti-restrictions.
Yeah, short clip, but mostly people peacefully walking down the street. Big crowd, though. Real big crowd.
Yeah.
No police brutality, at least at the scale that we're seeing out of Melbourne. And Australia in general.
It's interesting coming from Switzerland too, because it's easy to get sort of hyper focused on our own government or the government of Australia, talking about they really don't care about serving the people. They really don't care what the people think. They don't care about any of that. All they care about is control and exerting their will over the masses. But it can happen in Switzerland too, folks. Yeah. So we got our eye on you, Switzerland.
I'm surprised that we haven't had more mass protesting happening. I guess the restrictions aren't as heavy-handed here, but it feels like it is, but it's, I don't know, people's jobs depend on it and stuff. So I guess
across the board. Yeah. Across the board in the U.S., the restrictions are really not they're nowhere near as bad as Australia. Yeah. I mean, they're not flying helicopters over our houses telling us to get inside. They're not enforcing a stay in your home type lockdown. We are mostly, society is up and running around here. Nobody's being told to get in their house. The worst thing is just the sort of vax mandate thing for the jobs. And we see little scuffles here and there about that. But yeah, it's a little tougher to lock Americans in their home if they don't want to be there.
Yep. So getting back to some of the COVID stuff, just want to let people know the Doctors and Scientists Declaration. It's called the Rome Declaration, which has all kinds of, if you're looking at the biblical prophecy type of angle, it's a little strange. But it's because it was started in Rome, Italy. Physicians' Declaration Global COVID Summit. There's, as of today, 3,100 doctors and scientists have signed the Rome Declaration. And we're not going to read the whole thing. It's kind of it's not too long, but just to get an idea here. We, the physicians of the world, united and loyal to the Hippocratic Oath, recognizing the profession of medicine as we know it is at a crossroads, are compelling to declare the following. Whereas it is our utmost responsibility and duty to uphold and restore the dignity, integrity, art, and science of medicine. Whereas there is an unprecedented assault on our ability to care for our patients. Whereas public policymakers have chosen to force a one-size-fits-all treatment strategy, resulting in needless illness and death rather than upholding fundamental concepts of the individualized, personalized approach to patient care, which is proven to be safe and more effective. Whereas physicians and other healthcare providers working on the front lines, utilizing their knowledge of epidemiology, pathophysiology, and pharmacology, are often first to identify new potentially life-saving treatments. Whereas physicians are increasingly being discouraged from engaging in open professional discourse and the exchange of ideas about new and emerging diseases, not only endangering the essence of the medical profession, but more importantly, more tragically, the lives of our patients. And it goes on there for the whereas, and then there's like the resolved. Read a couple of those. Resolved, now therefore it is resolved that the physician-patient relationship must be restored. It's kind of like the flip of everything. Let's see. That we invite physicians of the world and all healthcare providers to join us in this noble cause as we endeavor to restore trust, integrity, and professionalism to the practice of medicine. One more that I'll read, that that we invite scientists of the world who are skilled in biomedical research and uphold the highest ethical and moral standards to insist on their ability to conduct and publish objective imperial research without fear of reprisal upon their careers, reputations, and livelihoods. And, there's a whole list of medical people, scientists and doctors and stuff have signed it. And some familiar, some not. But, they tried to do this last year, too, these sorts of declarations. And I feel like I don't know what it's going to do, per se, but at least if you're somebody who is questioning the narrative that's being fed to you, you have 3,100 now medical professionals, doctors and scientists who have signed this document, who are agreeing that, hey, science, the way, we're supposed to be doing it, with the scientific method anyway, is under attack. The integrity of it all has been completely disrupted. It is no longer really science. It is a scientific dictatorship. And these people are calling it out. And it's good to see, but also, again, like, I don't know what's going to really, I don't know if it matters too much in the long run. It might just help fuel.
Well, if nothing else, it's good for it to be on record.
Yeah, it's on record. It's you're not alone if you're hesitant or skeptical or something like that. It's the medical professionals themselves are all speaking out. And, if there's 3,100 that have signed right now, think of all the ones that won't sign or like don't sign or might not even know about the whole declaration, because, I hear stories from people anecdotally of doctors and physicians that are like, don't take the vaccine, it's not proven, forget it, stay away from it, that kind of thing, from their local long-time physicians and stuff like that. So it really is truly in terms of trajectory of where we're going, kind of a crossroads, kind of a civil war within the scientific community.
Yeah, and going all the way up to the CDC and the FDA.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's obviously a worldwide thing, but again, just to make it all about America, can't help it. Even the top medical organizations cannot agree within themselves, and it takes a political, tyrannical move by the appointed leaders of these organizations to just push through whatever, the administration wants.
Yeah.
But speaking of all of this, Gonz, I got this thing from the DallasNews.com here, and a very interesting headline. I don't know what you think about this. The headline is, vaccinated Texas school counselor who had done everything right dies after contracting COVID-19. From her hospital bed, Sherry Wise went on Facebook to contemplate what went wrong. Wise, 66, wrote that she had done everything right, from getting fully vaccinated early in the pandemic to mask wearing to avoiding touching people. This is airborne disease, but okay, no touching. Quote, haven't hugged my mom in 16 months, she noted. The one thing that had changed about her routine, however, was her new job. She was working part-time as a secondary guidance counselor at Trivium Academy, a 600-student K-11 public charter school in Coralton. Quote, is that where I got it? Who knows, Wise wrote. It proves that you can do all the right things and still succumb. 3 days after Wise's post on August 26th, Trivium Academy announced it would shutter its campus, attempting to slow a COVID-19 outbreak where 1 in every 10 students had a lab-confirmed case of the coronavirus. A week after the school's closure, Wise died from COVID-19 complications. Quote, her heart and lungs aren't strong enough to pull her through this, Wise's sister, Lainey Arndt, wrote on Caring Bridge page not long after Wise was put in hospice care. Neither the Texas Education Agency nor the Department of State Health Services track how many educators in Texas have died from the coronavirus. Using a combination of reader submissions and its own reporting, Education Week has documented that at least 1,065 educator deaths nationwide as of September 10th, with more than a tenth of that total coming from Texas. The actual number is likely larger, given 656,000 Americans have died from COVID-19, and K-12 schools are one of the larger employers in the nation. Trivium Academy started classes August 11th, and in step with most schools in Denton County, did not require students to wear masks, but strongly urged them. When the Charter Schools Board decided August 25th to shut down its campus, School Superintendent Cheryl Bradley wrote in a letter to parents that because of pending litigation surrounding Governor Greg Abbott's mask mandate ban, the district would continue to follow the executive order. Quote, at the moment, while we could issue a requirement to wear masks, we would not be able to legally enforce it, Bradley wrote. Quote, we know when worn properly that masks help stop the spread of several communicable diseases such as COVID, strep, and flu. While we are not issuing a mask mandate at this time, we are pleading with you to help protect our Trivium community by having your child wear a mask at school. Trivium officials did not respond to repeated requests for comment from Dallas Morning News. Members of Wise's family also declined requests for comment. Wise had posted on social media that she was fully vaccinated vaccinated. By March, her Facebook page was largely made private by the family after interview requests from the news. She wrote that she had taken an additional preventive step, getting a third vaccine shot just days before she became ill. Kind of weird timing, isn't it, Gonz? She was fully vaccinated. She was wearing her mask, and she got her third shot and became ill days later. And of course, this whole thing is written in the format that is blaming a student for her death. Some student, they don't know what student, but there's unvaccinated students. And even though she was double vaccinated, wore her mask, got a third vaccine, she still fell ill days later. So again, it's the takeaway that they're trying to present is that an unmasked student is what got her, rather than whatever the most recent medical experiment played on her.
But they don't know which student.
They don't even attempt.
This is like the Masked Singer.
They're just saying like 1 in 10 students have a positive PCR test, basically.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Sorry, I lost my spot. Her sister wrote that Wise got sick not long after her third shot, and that her health deteriorated rapidly after a few days of flu-like symptoms. Again, flu-like symptoms are a documented side effect of the vaccine, and yet they're not even talking about it. A doctor confirmed to the family that she had COVID-19 before getting her third vaccine, Arndt wrote. Breakthrough cases like this are rare as of Friday. And then it goes through breakthrough case numbers. Then it kind of goes into a bit of an obituary for her there. And you know what? This is a good opportunity for people who are considering alternative narratives than the mainstream spoon-fed one, to consider this a little differently than the brainwashed do when an unvaccinated person gets sick and they celebrate and hope he dies and shame them and shame their family and shame other people into getting the vaccine. This is very sad. She sounded like a wonderful lady. She was at the age where comorbidities are an issue, and she was convinced that she was doing the right thing, and just taking it that one step further just was the thing that pushed it over the edge. Or perhaps it was a student who gave it to her. Who knows? But it's very sad, and it's very sad that so many people are in a similar situation.
Yeah, I think
I just had major deja vu, by the way. That was crazy.
Yeah, well, you do the show long enough, you get it. I've had it too.
Well, yeah. Anywho, so there you go. Triple vaxxed, just happened to get so sick days after her third shot. And, it's being in the article completely politicized about Abbott's mask mandates and things like that.
Right. Yeah, I think it points to the issue with this whole situation with the pandemic and everything else. And, you might, more than likely, everybody listening right now has a friend or a family member, or you yourself, who don't agree with the mainstream narrative that, you got to get the vaccine and the virus is killing millions of people and the whole deal. The part that is troubling and so challenging, the reason why it's become such an issue, and I think psychologically everybody is so tired, is because it plays on the moral duty concept. Like, what is the right thing to do? If you ask that question objectively, it's tough you got to wade through a lot of things and consider a lot of things to come to a conclusion that would be objective. I mean, you and I, Basil, we've been looking at this thing since day one. Since the day we started seeing Chinese people falling over everywhere. And like, oh my gosh, there's a virus out in China. It's killing people. Look at them. They're falling over in the streets. We've been looking at this thing with and approaching it with just a microscope. Like, okay, what are they saying? What's really taking place? Also considering what's happening in our personal lives with people around us and whatever. And for me, if I combine the anecdotal things that I've heard from people, my personal experience with people in my family and everything else, there's been a couple deaths, mostly people that are older and that had health issues. But most people that got tested positive are just fine. It's as if we just went through another flu season. You know, the only thing different is the media, the medical establishment, ivory towers of the CDC and the FDA and all this stuff, saying the Faucis of the world coming out and saying, oh, be scared, we're all dying, all this stuff. Agenda, what was the, gosh, I'm blanking on the name of the event. Oh man, what was it called? The event that the Melinda Gates Foundation, 201, thank you, Event 201. You know, all that information leading up to what happened.
Yeah, when they ran the simulation of the entire coronavirus pandemic in the exact language that we are experiencing it a month before coronavirus broke out in China.
There's just no way you can sit there and say the right thing to do objectively and morally is to just go along with the narrative that everyone's getting sick, so get vaccinated, get triple vaccinated, even beyond, you know, whatever. Like, why did she even get a third jab? Did she lie to them? Why would they administer it?
Well, exactly. Well, she's 66, so she technically is in the 65 or over.
Is this after she passed away? After the mandate?
Actually, it was before his August 11th. They said.
So this is before they were.
This was before it was even legal for her to get a shot.
That's suspicious too. So I mean, again, you know, that nothing makes sense. But it all makes sense. if that makes sense.
That is part of the difficult part about what we do is, none of this makes sense. And yet it makes perfect sense the entire time.
Okay, so a couple things before we break here. I wanted to include this in as a resource for people. There's a Nature.com article that was published on the 14th of September, a little bit under 2 weeks ago. And the headline is, "The Tangled History of mRNA Vaccines. Hundreds of scientists had worked on mRNA vaccines for decades before the coronavirus pandemic brought a breakthrough." This is all we're already like, really? Is a pandemic that can break through? I don't know about that. Which, by the way, the article, and I'll read the part, basically proves that statement wrong. But, that's if you're picking hairs. Splitting hairs. Sorry, not picking hairs. Forgot the phrase.
Gotta pick those hairs, man.
Pick those hairs. Those hairy legs on Joe. Just pick them or split them. Whatever. Okay, so I got stuff highlighted here. It does mention and follow Dr. Robert Malone, which we did a whole thing on a few episodes ago, the original inventor of the mRNA vaccine, and someone who got COVID, who also got the vaccine, but is now somehow, for some reason, is pushing an anti-vax narrative. It says here, in late 1987, Robert Malone performed a landmark experiment. He mixed strands of messenger RNA with droplets of fat to create a kind of molecular stew. Human cells bathed in this genetic gumbo absorbed the mRNA and began producing proteins from it. And, I'm just going to read the highlights because this is like a really long article, and it follows through Malone and, just some of the developments. And then it gets into some of the quarrel that Malone got into with while he was at Salk, and the conflict with what was it, Vikal, and there were some patent disputes that happened, and there's actually a photo from Robert Malone's lab notebook describing the 1989 synthesis of mRNA for injections into mice. So like a literal picture of the notebook where he was taking notes. Kind of crazy.
Interesting.
Then things got messy. This is okay. Let's see. Despite his success using the liposomes to deliver mRNA into human cells and frog embryos, Malone never earned a PhD. He fell out with his supervisor, Salk gene therapy researcher Inder Verma, and in 1989 left graduate studies early to work for Felger at Vical, a recently formed startup in San Diego, California. There, they and collaborators at the University of Wisconsin-Madison showed that the lipid mRNA complexes could spur protein production in mice. Then things got messy. Both Vical, with the University of Wisconsin, and the Salk University, began filing for patents in March 1989. But the Salk soon abandoned its patent claim, and in 1990, Verma joined Vical's advisory board. Malone contends that Verma and Vical struck a backroom deal so that the relevant intellectual property went to Vical. Malone was listed as one inventor among several, but he no longer stood to profit personally from subsequent licensing deals, as he would have from any Salk-issued patent. Malone's conclusion, quote, "They got rich on the products of my mind." Malone left Vical in 1989, citing disagreements with Felgner over scientific judgment, and we kind of reported on some of that in a previous episode. 1991, Vical entered into a multi-million-dollar research collaboration and licensing pact with U.S. firm Merck, one of the world's largest vaccine developers. Now, Merck is interesting to bring up because remember the Japanese Journal of Was it antibiotics? Or what was it? I can't remember what it was, but we did it a few episodes ago. I got all hyped about it. Because in that journal article, the Nobel Prize winner, Satoshi Omura, who discovered ivermectin in the 70s, was calling out Big Pharma and calling out Merck for basically, not being honest about off-label ivermectin. So, in 1991, Merck was already involved in some of the developments there. Yeah, pretty interesting. And then goes through some of the history, startup accelerator. Eventually, money trickled in. Within a few years, human testing began. So this, what company is this I'm talking about here? University of Tübingen in Germany. The company's chief scientific officer at the time, Steve Pascolo, was the first study subject. He injected himself with mRNA and still has match head-sized white scars on his leg from where a dermatologist took punch biopsies for analysis. Whoa, dude. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's gnarly.
And then it talks about Carrico, who was she was the one that discovered some of the breakthroughs because mRNA caused a lot of inflammation in the last 20, 30 years or whatever of study. An industry is born. By the late 2000s, several big pharmaceutical companies were entering the mRNA field. In 2008, for example, both Novartis and Shire established mRNA research units. The former, led by Giel, focused on vaccines, the latter, led by Heartlane, on therapeutics. BioNTech launched that year, and other startups soon entered the fray, bolstered by a 2012 decision by the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, to start funding industry researchers to study RNA vaccines and drugs. So it was 2012. BioNTech, and DARPA getting involved. Moderna was one of the companies that built on this work, and by 2015 it raised more than $1 billion on the promise of harnessing mRNA to induce cells in the body to make its own medicine. Yeah, crazy. And then it talks about Moderna and how some of the trials was not very good. But when COVID-19 struck, Moderna was quick off the mark, creating a prototype vaccine within days of the virus's genome sequence becoming available online. The company then collaborated with the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, NIAID, which is where Fauci's from, to conduct mouse studies and launch human trials, all within less than 10 weeks. BioNTech, too, took an all-hands-on-deck approach. In March 2020, it partnered with New York-based drug company Pfizer, the clinical blah, blah, blah. We know about Pfizer. And then it says here, many experts say that the protein tweak devised by NIAID, vaccinologist Barney Graham and structural biologist Jason McClellan at the University of Texas in Austin, and Andrew Ward at Scripps, is a prize-worthy contribution, like the Nobel Prize, albeit one that is specific to coronavirus vaccines, not mRNA vaccination as a general platform. Now, I found that interesting. Because they're saying, remember the top of the article, it said like, oh, it's changed mRNA, whatever it was. What was it?
Yeah.
Hundreds of scientists worked on mRNA vaccines for decades, and then a breakthrough after COVID. Well, kind of, but not really. I mean, the breakthrough was only in the context of COVID.
Yeah, they've never made the technology work in any other instance.
Yeah.
Or at least not to the satisfaction of bringing a product to market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, it mentions Malone one more time that, he still thinks he deserves a Nobel Prize because it eventually, the changes that they made to form the spike protein the way it did, it does in the mRNA now, they used lipid nanoparticles, which is pretty much what Malone was looking at when he first did his experiments. But it's a long historical piece, but also it kind of goes to show, like, you read through it, and if you approach it objectively, it's like, like, there's so much turmoil, there's so much internal conflict. But
yeah,
why?
It took the global pandemic to finally make this disputed technology come to a product paid for by the government, forced on the people, and controlled by lizard people billionaires.
Yeah, while they get rich too.
Okay, yeah, right, exactly. While they get rich, and it's justification for locking people in their homes and creating or expanding the panopticon surveillance police state. I mean, there's reasons to be suspicious.
That's all we're saying, folks.
Especially when 66-year-old high school guidance counselors who do everything right die days after they get their third shot.
Yeah.
Illegally, by the way.
One more real quick, and then we'll break.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have this all kind of lined up. So
no, people love it when you talk and I shut up. So this is great.
Well, I'll get your opinion too. I mean, this is no surprise here, but Mercury News. This is written by Cal Matters. Who's dying in California from COVID-19? Since the beginning of the pandemic, the average age for Californians who died from COVID-19 is 73. Pretty old. But in April through September, the average age dropped to 67. And in August and September, it dropped to 66, according to California Department of Public Health analysis.
Why is it dropping when the vaccine is coming out? The vaccine is supposed to be saving these young whippersnappers in their 60s.
Interesting that's the exact point they make to support the idea that it's getting younger because the old people are getting the vaccine. That means they're living. They used how to lie with statistics. Just take the exact same stats, flip it around, change the narrative. And then there's a Dr. George Rutherford here, a professor of epidemiology and biostatistics at the University of California, San Francisco. And he gets quoted throughout the article. The article goes through racial breakdowns. Surprisingly, Asians amongst the Asians and the whites increased in deaths from COVID. The Latinos and blacks are going down.
Equity, Gonz. We're finally doing it. Racial equity.
More a gender gap. More men are dying than women from the COVID because more men are likely to resist the vaccine. California is pretty low on the death count, at least recently. Counties, blah, blah, blah. Were most of the people who died unvaccinated? Here's what the article says here. Vaccinated people make up a small fraction of the deaths, approximately 500. Quote, far and away, without any doubt, without any question, 95% of stopping deaths is vaccines, Rutherford said. No hyperlink or anything there.
Is there a source?
A quote.
No source
no,
for
the
that?
quote from Rutherford, the guy. He just said it, And then the article says, although there's still potential for breakthrough cases, and that's hyperlinked to a Cal Matters article about breakthrough cases in California. Okay. And then it says, so if the best way to prevent deaths is the vaccine, how do health officials get younger people to get the jab? It's complicated, but mandates like
TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok. It's complicated, but mandates like proof of vaccination to go to restaurants or work in certain places can help, Rutherford said. Fear can be a motivator, too.
Yes, it can.
This is a quote by Rutherford to end the article. Quote, people are scared of the Delta variant, as they should be. End quote. End of article.
That's just how it ends?
That's just how it ends. Be scared.
That's great.
Be afraid.
We need to frighten our young people more.
It's just out of control, the amount of fear. As if
certain financial ruin, zero ability to build any long-term wealth, job market being taken over by robots.
The whole economy.
As if we had nothing else to worry about.
The whole conversation about the economy, which we'll do on the other side of the break, is just as troubling. Like, my gosh, some of the plans they have for the economy. Oh my goodness, out of control.
Yeah.
But anyway, we should probably take a break. Thanks, people.
Let's take a break then.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick break real quick, but don't go anywhere because after the break, we got our politics section. We're going to be catching up with Biden and Harris and AOC and Newsom and also the Border Patrol agents. I added something there, Gonz, we're going to want to read. But we've also got it's going to get biblical with a little update on Sodom and Gomorrah, and we'll be checking in with a little bit of transhumanism at the end of the show as well. But so don't go anywhere. Stick around, but we're going to take a second to thank some of our producers. No ads today, folks. Sorry about that. In fact, we never have ads. We're on the value for value model. That's right, which means we have no advertisement, no affiliate codes. We're not selling any supplements, which, means that we are completely disconnected from any corporate interests whatsoever. No monetization on the YouTubes or the Twitches or anything. We're on the value for value model, which means we create value. We do it 3 times a week, and we do our very best job at it. At least we try our hardest. And if you get any value out of what we do, whether you're hearing news you didn't hear somewhere else, you're getting breakdowns, you're actually hearing scientific studies being presented. You don't see that all the time on the mainstream news. I'll tell you what. Whatever the case may be, if you get any value out of what we do, please consider putting some value back in. You have the opportunity, some might even say the responsibility. If you want to live in a future where your media and news analysis is brought to you outside of the confines of advertising dollars, which means corporate interests and censorship, then at some point, folks, you're going to have to get involved. It's just the way that it works. I know, I get it. I was also trained to think that media should be free, and TV shows and radio shows and news broadcasts should all be free, but the fact is that it wasn't free. We know that now. We know that we are paying with our most valuable asset, and that is our time, our attention, our consciousness, our trust. And the companies who sought to trick us into thinking we were getting something for free through the use of advertisements took our minds, our data, our psychology, and they twisted it and used it against us. And sorry, folks, if you think you're immune to advertising, studies show that the people who think they're immune to advertising are the most susceptible to it. And it manifests in different ways. Most of it is subtle pushes through using your own psychology against you to convince you that you need to spend money on things that you are subtly convinced will finally bring you happiness or safety, when in fact it's simply just monetizing your own consciousness against you. And we've known this for a long time, but there comes a time in every person's life when they need to take responsibility for the future of their news and their media. And that's what we try to do here. And that's what our producers do when they become producers. And I say producers because, just like the real world, if you pay to have a piece of media produced, you are a producer. And that's why we thank them here on the show. And you should be thanking them out there as well. So, Gonz, are you ready to thank some people?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to start out, we have patreon.com/CCNT. And unfortunately, refreshing the page. Oh my gosh, Gonz, this just in. We had a new Patreon supporter come in during the show, so we will thank them now, and that is producer Sandra K.
Thank you, Sandra K.
Thank you very much, Sandra K.
You
must be out there listening now. No, I do not think she sent us a note, but thank you very much, Sandra, for supporting the show.
Thank you, Sandra.
And you know what? Since we had someone coming over there, let me go check our other Patreon account. We have that is for patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk. We also have patreon.com/Canary Cry Radio, which Canary Cry Radio is a different show, but it is our interview style show we've been doing since 2012. Go check it out. No new producers over there. But that's okay, because we have canarycryradio.com/support.
Oh, that's me.
Dude,
I'm not paying attention here.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right. canarycryradio.com/support has all sorts of options to become a producer of the show. There's all sorts of fun suggestions for you there. You can become an executive producer or an associate executive producer. If you've been listening for a year or more and you have yet to become a producer, pray about it. See if the Lord wants you to become an executive producer to really show your support of the show, since you've been getting it. You've been getting the info for free, or not for free. It's on the backs of other producers. So we have no executive or associate executive producers for this episode, Gonz, but we do have some other wonderful producers to thank over on canarycryradio.com/support. And over there, you can support the show with your cryptocurrency. If you're a cool crypto Chad, you can become a monthly supporter of the show if you want to commit to supporting the show and keeping it going on a monthly basis. It's very important, and we thank our monthly producers for helping to lay down a firm foundation for the show. But if commitment's not your thing, you can become a one-time producer in any amount. Gonz, who's coming in over there?
We have a lot of producers come in. Appreciate all of you coming in. Sorry, I got distracted a little earlier there because I posted a video of Biden talking about trillionaires and billionaires. And I was pointing out how technically, at least according to the public, there are no trillionaires,
right?
Unless he's doxing some of his handlers there.
Yeah, there could be like a Saudi king or prince or something, but they are not required to publicly
disclose their
their net worth like American billionaires are.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that conversation later. But sorry, I was looking at the reason why was because Snopes debunked the trillionaires thing, and I was wondering if because for some reason when I tweeted it out, there's only a couple hundred people that viewed it, and all of a sudden it was like over 1,000 views, and a bunch of non-followers on the Twitter page came and commented on it. So I was like, I wonder if it got shared by a liberal outlet or something. And I was wondering if Snopes was that liberal outlet, but it wasn't. I would have been stoked at Snopes making it big, finally. All right, so yes, we have a lot of knights and dames who have supported us, and we thank them. And monthly producers who have subscribed. We appreciate all of you. We're going to start off today by thanking a dame, and that is Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes.
Thank you very much, Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes. That's right. For those who don't know, we have the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, which is reserved for those super special commandos producers who have supported the show in the amount of $1,000 or more over the years, and Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes, is one of them. She comes in with $40.78, which is and a note here that says $39.30. She came in with the palindrome producership for today's show number 393. She came in $39.30. Love you guys. She added the fees, the PayPal fees on top of that. Thank you very much, Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes. Shalom, she says. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dame Lynn. Good to see you. Appreciate the producership today. Next up, we have Scott K.
That's right, and Scott K is on a streak. He's been supporting the show for 53 episodes in a row. Scott K, thank you very much. He also comes in with $33.93, which is a mix between our Illuminati Handler producership and the palindrome show number 393. $33.93. Thank you very much, Scott K.
We found you out, Scott K. Illuminatus! Next up, we have Alex G.
Alex G comes in for $33.33, one of our Illuminati handlers, and sends a note. Sorry.
Illuminatus! Just adding that to the rotation here.
Okay,
might as well.
Good.
Yeah.
No, yeah. If now I know to give it a second. Alex says, "Hey guys, after taking a couple of weeks to recover from being called out by Vladimir for mooching off your Bitcoin knowledge." Oh, this is our Bitcoin mooch.
Yep.
Okay, I've donated 79,000 Satoshi to your great show and humbly request to be demooched. Demooch him.
Demooch him. I will. Here it is.
That's right. Thank you very much, Alex G, for that. Yes, apparently Alex G has been just doing pretty good off of our Bitcoin tips there. He says, P.S. Sorry for send fiat money. Still need more knowledge from you guys on how to actually send you some Bitcoin. Thanks, Alex.
I like how it's a Bitcoin producership in spirit, not really in actuality.
Yes. It's from the Bitcoin profits, but it comes over in Illuminati dollars for us. Thank you very much, Alex G. Much appreciated, and very happy to demooch you.
Yeah, we need more demooching. Yeah. We need more people calling other mooches out. That's the one thing you can start doing if you send a note.
And for the uninitiated, mooch is not, it's not just, we're not just saying some derogatory term. Mooch is short for money changer, of course. So, you don't want to be a money changer in the temple who's, making money off of the Lord's work and not putting any back in. So thank you very much, Alex G. You are henceforth demooched.
Yep. Clean slate.
Who's
Next up, we have Heather-us.
Heather-us is back. That's Heather and Russ. They've been supporting the show for 7 episodes in a row. They're on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
They get the trifecta.
Yes, thank you, Heather and Russ. They come in for $24.12 and say, "Hey, Basil and Gonz, happy Friday. Our donation of $24.12 is for 2 Timothy 4:1-2, which says, solemnly charge you before God and Christ Jesus, who is to judge the living and the dead, and by his manifestation and his kingdom, preach the word." So sorry, this is hard to read. This is a good note for anybody sending in notes through the PayPal. PayPal does not communicate punctuation very well, and when you put quotation marks, it replaces every quotation mark with an ampersand and the 4 letters NBSP.
Yeah.
So when there's quotation marks, it literally reads, Kingdom and NBSP2 and NBSP and NBSTP preach the word at it urgently.
No breaks between that either, which makes it even harder.
Yeah, it's all one big word, so it kind of takes some attention. I'm going to take a run at it again.
Okay, I'm trying to clean it up for you a little bit.
Thank you. I solemnly charge you before God and Jesus Christ, who is to judge the living and the dead, and by his manifestation and his kingdom preach the word at it urgently in favorable times and difficult times, reprove, reprimand, extort with all patience and art of teaching. It's official. We will either have a kitten named Rosewater or a tortoise named Basil. Thanks for everything, Heather Russ. Thank you very much, Heather and Russ, the Heather Russ.
Thank you very much, Heather and Russ, or Heather Russ. Next up, we have Gail M.
Gail M's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Supporting the show 30 episodes in a row, creeping towards that 33 streak. She comes in with 1820, says, "Hey, Canary family, y chicos dolce. I don't know what I'd do without y'all. I feel that dark cloud slowly lifting and blowing away." Well, that's wonderful to hear, Gail. Times have been hard, but we're with you. She sends Matthew 18:20, where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am in the middle of them. XXXXX. Thank you very much, Gail.
Thank you, Gail M. And we got some streakers climbing the ladder there. Gail M, 30. That's pretty big there. She's almost to that 33. Getting
been
close.
Supporting for a while.
Next up, we have Aaron.
It's just Aaron.
Producer Aaron, yes.
Okay, so this may need to be figured out again later, but allegedly, Aaron A and Aaron J are the same person. We need to straighten this out, figure out how this happened. But anywho, Aaron is on a 14 straight. Aaron's on a streak here. 14 episodes in a row. We're keeping your streak going because of the confusion. I don't know how PayPal would give us a different last name than your other producerships, but we're going to go with it for now. But if there is an Aaron A out there and Aaron J is stealing your credit,
Aaron J is hijacking your person.
Just let us know. We'll let the court decide. But Aaron came in twice, one for $18, one for $2.99, and says, "I'm Aaron A. I don't know why my treasure came in as Aaron A. Think I missed out on my last streak now. Sad. Don't worry. We got you back on track, Aaron J.
But also, we might be stealing a different Aaron A's streak by hijacking it.
It's Aaron's all the way down. We'll wait to hear. If there is an Aaron A.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll know.
We'll figure it out.
We'll learn.
We'll hear from him.
Yep.
Thank you, Aaron, for supporting the show.
Thank you, Aaron. Next up, we have JC.
JC's on a streak. $11.33.
16 episodes in a row.
Yes, 16 episodes in a row. And a note, happy Friday, Basil and Gonz. Hope you have a blessed weekend and are able to relax in the peace of the Lord. I sure hope so too, JC. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you, JC. Next up, we have Runk Smash.
Runk Smash is on a streak. 17 episodes in a row, comes in with a couple of producerships. And yeah, I made a little bit of a whoopsie daisies.
You're fine.
I know. Last episode, there was that thing where Runk Smash sent in multiple emails during the break, and it freaked me out, man. And I end up reading his name. He sends me a note here. It says, "Basil, you doxed me last episode during my prayer request." I don't know if it was during the prayer request. Maybe it was. "Since I'm outed, you must read this. You've reached the voicemail of Eric Runkle. He's not available right now. Please leave a message. Razzle dazzle." There you go. I added the razzle dazzle for, I got to get my branding in there.
Yeah, so we did get a note. We did get another note from him on Proton Mail, and he said he's not actually mad at you about getting doxxed.
I know. I figured he would have worded. He would have probably not had me read his name out loud again if he was. He was mad. Thank you for your graciousness, Runk Smash.
He also has a second.
That's right. He came in with 182, 1 penny per character of this following microfiction. Our fearless duo returns from their first successful time mission. As they sneak down the streets, they hear a snorting. As they round the corner, they see a dude in a suit with a bull's head. Oh no, a mandator! NFT sounds. The ever-evolving microfiction.
I love it.
Of the Canary Cry universe. Thank you very much, Runk Smash. And good luck with the new answering machine.
Very good. All right, next up we have Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes.
Sir Salmon's is on a streak. 7 episodes in a row, comes in with a pocket full of 7s and a note. Happy Friday, gentlemen. Thank you, Basil, for the It's Wednesday, my dudes last episode. I was in tears. And Gonz, if I were you, I would be thankful that producers have made Basil the monkey and not you. That's true. Gonz is filled with gratitude for that. Many blessings from the fishes. Thank you very much, Sir Salmons.
Thank you, Sir Salmons. And yeah, I like to think that I'm more of the sloth.
I like think.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I like think sloth.
The sloth will not dance on command. I'm happy to do it for our producers.
It's just very slow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at them go.
Next up. Stay tuned, by the way. Don't skip out on the break today. I have something planned.
Yeah, we've got great. I don't know exactly what that is, but we've got great stuff for later in the break.
We do. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I got something.
I've got a very exciting email to read.
Okay, I got a little bone to pick with an artist.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But not really.
Well, let's get to it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sir Salmons. Next up, we have Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, is on a streak.
Yeah, he is. He's the current king of streaking.
It's true. 62 episodes in a row. Came in with a pocket full of 7s. And he sent a note. This was not attached to his producership, but I did want to read it. He says, hey, this is for Basil. Just wanted you to know, buddy, I've driven off twice with gas pump still in. Both times extremely embarrassing to have to tell the attendant. Yeah, so I sort of just pulled the pump out of there. So don't worry. Happens to the best of us. Yes, I was very surprised how intolerant some listeners were to learn that in my teen years, when I was a teenager, over a decade and a half ago, I did drive away with the gas pump still in. Come on, folks. It happens. Everybody makes mistakes. And I was a teenager. Look, I'm not running around yelling at you guys for making mistakes in your teens. Settle down. Settle down.
I will say, there was one time when I pulled the gas pump out of the tank.
Yep.
And it didn't turn off.
Oh,
so
that's
gas just kept, and I was trying to get the thing to unlock, and it wasn't. I don't think it was my problem, because the guy came out and he was like, it's happening again. And I was like, oh, good. I'm not responsible.
It's happening
I think I was
again.
in high school too, so yeah. But
dangerous explosive liquid flailing about my place of business.
Definitely like Zoolander.
Happening again.
All right.
Thank you, Sir Casey, for making me feel like a normal person. All these hateful, intolerant domestic terrorists out there.
Yes, very much so. All right, next up we have Dodie the Coyote.
He's back, folks. Dodie the Coyote comes in with 550, and a note here says, Basil and Gonz. Gonz, how's the boxing going, buddy? Anyone catch a speech impediment from those lethal weapons yet?
No, not yet, but okay. I'm very sore today from Wednesday.
Oh, good. Oh, 2 days later. That's good. Must have been a good day. He says, Basil, holy smokes, pretty awesome thing you guys have going on at Ravel. The heads up at the beginning of the show is appreciated. Checked out the Q&A episode last night. Y'all nailed it. Thank you very much, Dodie the Coyote, checking out Ravel. And I'll take the opportunity to plug it here. If you haven't checked it out yet, you should go check it out. It's called Ravel. It's another podcast I started doing 2 years ago, but then there was a lapse in life. And we explain all that in the first episodes. But yeah, I'm so far very proud of Ravel. I've teamed up with Dr. Christopher Ryan Gates. That's right. I have a real PhD in biblical interpretation on my team over there. And it's a wonderful, wonderful time. If you're looking for another podcast to explore the Bible in ways that maybe you're not getting on Sunday morning, go check it out. It's called Ravel, Ravel. There is another podcast that stole our name. There are two Ravels, but we are the one with the good logo, with the white background. If you have trouble finding it, just search my name with the word Ravel on Apple Podcasts. Go check it out. Leave a review. Lots of great reviews, and also so far all positive feedback from everybody who checks it out. So I'm very happy about that. So thank you, Dodie the Coyote, for your positive review here and for giving me a chance to plug it. His note goes on. This is coming from an investment standpoint. Where do y'all think we are in the 5G development? I bought in before the pandemic and done well since, but now it's come to what feels like a plateau. What do y'all think? I don't know. From an investment standpoint, we were very clear that it's obvious it would be a good investment financially. And a lot of people have made a lot of money on it. I have not done so. I never did invest in it. I imagine it's still not at its full potential financially yet. So I don't know what you're in or what you're not in. I imagine it's still got some long-term growth for it. Not financial advice.
Yeah.
Gonz, anything to say about the 5G?
In terms of investment, I don't know. I don't know anything about. Generally, it would make sense to invest in something that they're going to continue building out. Yeah. But also, I would look at the companies behind it, because when are we just going to skip 5G, go to 6G or whatever,
Yeah,
it'll be a while probably.
It'll be a while. You've got probably a decade of growth, albeit slower than Bitcoin. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dodie the Coyote.
Thank you, Dodie the Coyote. Next up, we have Malik W.
Malik coming in. Good to see you, buddy. Comes in with a note here. Hey, guys, Sunday is my birthday. Cue the birthday love. Okay. Happy birthday, Malik. And
you want me to do it, or you got something to say first?
Just go.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Go. Happy birthday from all of us at Canary Cry Chat Room and Canary Cry News Talk. Thanks, Malik.
Thank you, Malik, and happy birthday on Sunday. Next up, we have Jezreel J.
Jezreel, thank you very much. Comes in with 393, the show number producership. And note here, can Basil sing Baz Boys, what you gonza do? What you gonza do when they come for you? Yes, I can, and I did. There you go, Jezreel. Also, the COVID jingle, please. Thanks, brothers. The real Jez. Jezreel.
It's COVID-19, 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 yes. COVID-19, COVID-19,
Coronavirus. Thank you very much, Jez.
Sorry, daughter just came in to give me a piece of art, so
that's nice.
Got a producership from the daughter as well.
Beautiful.
Yep. All right, thank you, Jezreel, and yes, I played the jingle right. I kind of tuned out there.
You did it. You did it. You did a great job.
Next up, Autumn Nation.
Autumn Nation comes in with 393, the show number producership, and a note. Recently upgraded my Patreon support to 414 starting in October in honor of John 4:14, one of my favorite verses. But this is a special palindromic producership. I've also sent a package to the P.O. Box for episode 400.
Ooh.
Please be sure to check. Okay, cool. Well, we like packages in the P.O. Box, so we will keep an eye out. Thank you very much, producer Autumn Nation.
Yep, thank you very much. And yeah, the saddest time of the week for me is when I go to the P.O. Box And there's nothing in there. Yeah, it's very like, oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
And I feel like everybody's laughing at me, all the people at the post office.
Look at him. Look at this idiot. Thinks people are sending him things.
Especially from like inside,
what
through.
a sad, lonely man he must be.
All right, thanks, Autumn Nation. I'll look forward to that package there. Next up, we have Giants Bane 16.
Giants Bane 16 is on a streak. 2 episodes in a row, comes in with 374. That's 333 plus fees. Pocket full of threes plus fees. Thanks you. Sends a note, says, want to thank our community forum. When my wife was desperately looking for a job, we had a wonderful outpouring of support and prayers. She got a new job with a Christian company. No Mando Vax ever. Thank you all who prayed for us. Giants Bane 16.
All right.
Cool. And of course, he's referring to canarycry.community. I'm telling you, if you want to really join the family, that's a place to go. And look for Giants Bane 16. I'm assuming that's his name over there.
Yep. Thank you, Giants Bane 16. Next up, we have Brant W.
Brant W is on a streak. 17 episodes in a row, comes in with a pocket full of threes plus fees. Thanks, Brant.
Thank you, Brant. Next up, we have Shagan. That's Shane and Reagan.
This is Shane and Reagan. Shagan comes in for a pocket full of threes plus fees as well. Says, thank you guys. God bless and love Shane and Reagan Hulsey. Thank you very much, Shagan.
I think we're going to try to not read that part there. But anyway.
They wrote it in the notes.
I know. Okay. It's just our thing. It's not their thing. It's our kind of issue.
If you write it in the note, there's a good chance I'm going to say it.
Next up, we have Juan A.
Juan A is on a streak. 20 episodes in a row, coming in with 2 producerships, 1 pocketful.
Is that true? I'm just double checking here. I only saw 1, but I could be wrong. I don't know what you saw. Maybe
I don't know. I didn't put these both in here.
Well, because the reason why I think you put 1 in there, and then the one I saw was not the correct number. That's why I put the second number. So all I'm seeing is this one here. So let's just go with that.
Well, just wait. Go with what? Okay.
Because that's the one I see immediately here. So.
Okay, hold on. Let me double check here.
I just double checked. That's what I just did it.
Settle down,
bro.
Figure out why.
Come on.
Why
I'm the Asian one. I know how to number.
Oh, we know exactly how you are with the Asian numbers, Gonz.
I know.
Okay, I see that one.
Add up and stuff.
And I see, oopsies, this one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you're right. All right. Juan A comes in with a pocket full of threes. Sorry, I'm getting back to the document. And says, dude, did I make it? My bad, y'all. Been really busy. Got a sick wife and kiddos. Prayers, please. All right, Gonz, you know what that means. Time to...
Producers, assemble!
That's right. They're assembling from all over the world. We're going to get the producers on the job praying for Juan A. and the sick wife and kiddos. That's not cool. We're going to take care of that right away. So make sure to put Juan A. and fam on the list. We're praying for you, Juan A. Hope you guys get better soon.
Yep. Hope you guys feel better. Next up, we have Veronica D.
Veronica D is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
28 episodes in a row, pocket full of threes, and a sunglass emoji. Thank you very much, Veronica D.
And we have something from Veronica D a little bit later. Next up, we have Big Tank.
Big Tank, what's your 20?
Man, you really need to... Where am I... Why am I getting this wrong?
It's okay. You're still learning.
No, but it's annoying because this is like the 3rd or 4th time I can't find it on instinct.
Yes.
I have to look for it.
This is Robert Ducky. What's your 1020? Over. We got us a convoy. Over.
Yeah, sorry, Big Tank. I'll get it right.
With a pocket full of threes and a little note says, "Have a blessed Friday, y'all." Thank you very much, Big Tank.
Changing the color of this one so I know it. stand out more. All right, thank you, Big Tank.
Big Tank colored.
Yeah, Big Tank colored. Next up, we have. Lastly, we have producer Ciara.
Producer Ciara is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Oops, got distracted on another document. And Ciara sends a note. It goes like this. And God said, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the expanse of the heavens. Genesis 1:20 ESV. Thank you very much, Ciara.
Thank you, Ciara.
We had a couple producers come in during the break. We're gonna save them for Monday's show. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Thank you to all the producers who came in with their treasure for episode number 393. You can also produce the show with your time and talent as well. We'd like to thank Rachel C. for doing timestamps for episode 392. That helps you skip around and get to the topics instead of having to wade through the entire 3 to 4.5 to 5 hour episodes that we seem to put together. These long breaks where we just ramble
just meanders
on
through this sentence that doesn't need to be here.
The other way you can produce the show is with your talent, and that includes sending us some jingles.
We have a new jingle. Never promised.
And we have a couple jingles to point out or to share with all of you today. This first one is from Marty B.
Biden's your Marty B jingle.
Oh, that's not the jingle. That's the introduction to Marty B's jingle. Mm-hmm. And he sent us the clean version, the mastered version of the birthday jingle, which we appreciate. We've been using it. So we have a cleaner version of that now. That was Marty B and Dame Madeline doing the vocal there.
Is that the one you played earlier in the episode for Malik?
That's the one. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
And then we got one called The Great Reset. And basically, just give us a note. Would you guys consider
this
playing?
is a full song, though. This is not a jingle. Yeah, okay. So we got a full production for end of the show mix.
Yep. I'll play a few seconds of it here just to get an idea. Let's hear a little bit here. Oh. There you go. So we'll play the full song at the end of the show today. But
Great Reset. Yes, funky. Love it. Thank you very much, Marty.
Thank you, Marty B. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Learbag 3000. And let me see if I can find the note here from Learbag. Oh, I should get back to putting the notes in the document instead of trying to always look for it on the fly here. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have it didn't really come with a note. It just says, I made a song with GarageBand.
Yeah, he sends it straight from the app. Thank you very much, Learbag. Let's hear it.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will.
You gotta get some trap music behind that.
I know.
Thank you very much, Learbag. Asked and answered and delivered, rather. That is for our Firmament Buster streak level.
Which is what number?
27.
27. Okay, I'm gonna put that in there.
Stick it in there. Yeah. Thank you very much. Says Hillary Clinton talking about breaking through the firmament.
Yeah. She did it.
No, she didn't. No, she did not. She got stuck.
All right, that's it for the jingles there. I think, Learbag, thank you for sending the remastered version, or a remixed or remastered, one of the two.
Mm-hmm. Mastered.
Was it mastered?
Sure.
Yeah, so we of the 80s track the 80s retro track that he sent last time. So appreciate that. But time for some art here.
One art, please.
We're going to kick things off with the art with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And this was accompanied by a note, as always. And it says here, footprints. New ending to the footprint poem. Why is there only one footprint in the sand? That was when you hopped. And this is in reference to a study of exposed outcrops of Lake Otero in New Mexico. The U.S. archaeologists have discovered numerous human footprints dating to about 23,000 to 21,000 years ago. The discovery confirms the presence of humans in North America during the last glacial maximum, adding evidence to the antiquity of human colonization of the Americas. And a couple quotes from the article here. The footprints left at White Sands gives a picture of what was taking place. Teenagers interacting with younger children and adults, Professor Bennett said. Quote, we can think of our ancestors as quite functional, hunting and surviving. But what we see here is also activity of play and of different ages coming together. A true insight into these early people.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about the main article was one of the sets of footprints only had 4 toes on it.
Oh.
Yeah. And so Allie took the... Sorry, is there more to the note?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
What the researchers did not mention, but what is clearly evident from the photos, is the presence of duffel pud footprints in with those of the early humans. Perhaps the Chronicles of Narnia were more historical fiction than we originally thought. Also,
what are duffel pud footprints?
I don't know.
I need to freshen up on the Chronicles of Narnia.
For some reason, I thought of the satyrs. Is that what they are?
The satyr, the Mr. Tumnus.
Yeah, is that what she's talking about? Hold on, the duffel pud.
I don't know. There's little kitty tracks. See the little kitty tracks.
Duffel pud.
Well, in the art.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. The Duffers worked for Kroyakin for many generations. They're like are they the little people? The little ones?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's the little people.
Sounded like you found some sort of source here.
But
yes, in the art here that Ali has sent us, we've got a re-rendition of the pictures released by the scientists. There's a couple of feet that have 4 toes on them, but if you count very carefully, there's a couple that have 6, Gonz.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Nephilim.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the duffel puds here, the duffers. Yeah, they're like little, I don't know. They're kind of like hobbits, I guess.
Okay.
But not
great.
because it's Narnia.
Do they have 4 toes or 6 toes?
I don't. No, yeah, they kind of look like they got 4 toes.
This is live action Gonz research on the Chronicles of Narnia, folks. If you're wondering, could we break any more glass ceilings on podcasting here on Canary Cry News Talk? Live Chronicles of Narnia web searches.
Yeah, so
pretty incredible.
For those of you watching, you're seeing a duffel pud right there, and yeah, you can see that it looks like he has 4 toes.
Oh yeah, okay. There you go. Got him.
Got him. There was one more thing in the note here from the image. Also, the way they worded this sounds almost like a Babylon Bee article with the quote-unquote true insight of quote-unquote quite functional people of all ages coming together to interact and play. Yeah. What crazy prehistoric times those must have been. Yeah, it's true. The thing that because we have this in the additional stories section because, it was getting shared around yesterday. And I was reminded, and I sent a note to Dr. Aaron Judkins, who we did an interview with years ago.
Yeah.
And he's an archaeologist, I believe, like a professional, like actual archaeologist. I think he went to White Sands, New Mexico, and he was talking about footprints there. So I don't know if it's the same footprints or these are new set of footprints. I'm not sure, but I sent him a note. Haven't heard back from him. But yeah, that's what I thought of. when I first saw the story yesterday.
Okay.
So
very interesting.
Yeah, we'll find out more, I guess. Okay. Got anything else on that, Basil? Are you good?
No, sir. Love it. Thank you very much, Dame Alley.
Thank you, Dame Alley. Next up, we have Sir Dove, Knight of Rusbeltia.
1 art piece from Dove.
And of course, it's Friday, so it's multiple pieces from Dove. And it's Friday. So for my 2 Friday Street Team designs, this is Dove talking, I did a flyer for the Mectons and a sticker design of the Wayne's World remix, since one of the producers requested one last week. Mm-hmm. So yes, this first one is it's Joe Rogan as a horse.
Yeah, it's great. No, it's a Minotaur Joe Rogan wearing, he's got a t-shirt with
CIA.
the Fed logo on it. Yeah. And says here, did you take the horse cream snake oil and now you've developed equestrian features? We can help. Sign up online now at canarycry.party.
Brilliant.
Irrelevant. I think this will definitely get some people visiting canarycry.party there.
Yeah, very good.
Joe Rogan lovers or not, it's a place for everyone.
That's right. And the second piece here, this is the Party Time Excellent Wayne's World depiction.
Yeah, this is hilarious. It's the classic Wayne's World composition there with but canary version, of course, sitting on a couch there. Oh my gosh, what is the other?
Garth,
thank you. My gosh. We've got the white guitar, googly eyes. You know, I gotta say, this defied expectations, Gonz. I thought that oh gosh, now I can't remember who's Garth and who's Wayne.
Okay. So here, this was my little thing I was going to nitpick with Dove here, because you had the same thought I did.
Yeah.
You thought I was going to be depicted as Wayne, and you were going to be depicted as Garth, which is my thought as well, because I'm the guitar shredder. I'm the guy that shreds. You know, I got my guitar here.
And you also wear a hat.
I get it. Garth wears glasses, you know. But this is the Wayne's World theme. Do you want to do the Canary Cry theme? You want to do it together, Basil? This is right off the cuff, folks. This is completely unscripted, unpracticed. You know how the Wayne's World thing goes, right? Wayne's World, party time, excellent. But we can say Canary Cry. Canary Cry,
excellent.
Canary Cry, party time, excellent. You ready?
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
yeah,
ready?
Count it down.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Canary Cry, party time, excellent. That's the Wayne's World thing there. The delay made it horrible. It made it sound awful.
You really did have a big surprise for us in this art section.
Yes, I did. I was disappointed that I'm not holding the guitar.
Well, you know, Gonz, you don't need to be disappointed, because Dove is a producer of the show, and we're having a production meeting here, and we're just letting the art department know that maybe I guess for reasons of pride we need to.
Well, here's what I thought too. I have in the past brought out the drumsticks. Remember with the green screen made them invisible. So I've had the I understand the drum, you know, me holding the drumstick. I get it. And the glasses. Okay, so there's good reason for putting me as Garth.
No, he has a lot of good reasons, and he's the artist, so he's allowed
the artist. He could do whatever he wants.
Of decisions. But yeah, you know, sometimes, as with any production, you know, art comes from the art department, and it needs to be tweaked. So there you go. There's just a little tweak for you, Dove, with our broken-handed artist. We are sending back redos. Because we're monsters.
It was a joke, too. I don't care. I'll play drums. I like drums.
No, we're monsters, Dove. Okay. You know what to do. Excellently done, though, Dove. Thank you very much. Speaking of Dove,
I like the sofa they're sitting on, too, by the way.
Excellent.
So, so this is back to the note here from Dove. Also, our 2 diamond doves had a set of twins after not having any babies for the 5 years we've had them. and we decided to call them Basil and Gonz.
Yay!
So we may not have a cat named after you yet, Basil, but you've got a dove in Pittsburgh as your namesake, and they live for around 25 years. Whew.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Yeah, and for those who are just listening, he sends a photo of 2 doves. I guess producer Dove owns actual doves, which it's all coming together, Gonz.
It's all coming together. He's our government shill all along because birds aren't real.
These doves are kind of crazy looking. One of them has like a giant orange circle around its eye
socket.
It's very like
robot-y.
Illuminati, robot-y, birds aren't real, surveillance drone type looking thing. But yes, 2 doves, and right next to them they got 2 cute little baby doves. And that's us, Gonz. It's Basil and Gonz, the baby doves.
Are those doves going to develop the orange, or is that just a...
I don't know. I'm assuming it's a male-female characteristic. I don't know which is which, but very interesting. Yeah, wow. What an honor, Sir Dove. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dove.
See,
Yeah,
Gonz,
fantastic.
all I got to do is complain about not having any animals named after me.
All right. Okay, we got one more to share. There's a 2. 1 or 2. Let's see. I guess it's 1.5. I don't know. Well, for sure, we're going to share this one here. This one's from Ryan N. And did you want to explain this? Because he's basically doing a comic book. And
well, he's doing a graphic novel. We talked about his project a couple episodes ago, and we meant to present 1 page of his graphic novel per episode, and we just didn't. We just forgot. Last episode, we get into the zone on a show day and we just go through our process, and we forgot that we had more art from Ryan, and I'm stalling now because I need to pull it up on my computer because apparently we don't put the art in our document anymore, Gonzo.
Yeah, because it slows it down. And
here we go, just clicking. Okay, I'm here. And so, yes, we've got the second page of the epilogue of the thing here. Remember, the last page was about the missiles firing in the war of ideology. And on the top cell here, very relevant, I think, to this episode. So I think it really, I think it's meant to be sometimes, Ryan. Sorry, we forgot you. But this one shows a line of armored police stormtroopers on one side, and you've got the protesters on the right side. It says here, anger and hatred was rampant in the hearts of men. Next cell shows a protester throwing a Molotov cocktail with no true understanding of why. Crash, pow, explosion on the police shield here. And do you have this open?
Yeah.
What does that third cell say? And something clear solution?
And no clear solution in sight.
Oh, and no clear solution in sight. War and turmoil ragged on for almost a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Raged on.
Yeah.
Destroying countless lives and homes. We've got the coexist banner with fists in the air. The peaceful coexist movement, throwing Molotov cocktails. And who knows how long it would have carried on if it wasn't for the outbreak. Ooh. And at the bottom there, it shows like a FEMA camp being erected with a sign, danger, quarantine area. I think I know where this is going, Ryan. And very good. We'll continue to show pages of it as it develops. We saw your newest page, and we will get there. And yes, we want to make sure we support Ryan in this project. Looks like he's putting together a pretty cool graphic novel. And of course, it will feature Basil and Gonz as your ragtag team of pirate radio apocalypse hosts. So thank you very much, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. And we'll go to the next page, I guess, on the next episode, as long as we remember to do it. You're part of the rotation now. I have your name highlighted in the
unfortunately,
section,
much of the pre-production gets done from our email inbox. Just keeping us up to date with the newest things we need to make sure to put in the show. So when it moved down a little bit, it got forgotten. But there we go. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. And I think that's it.
I think that is it as well, which means before we move on, Gonz, to reviews and things that.
Oh, okay. I guess we're not doing that one.
What?
Remember there was the one.
The one what? Are you talking about an art, an email?
It
what
was
are you
a jingle, but it was like a MP4.
Well, I don't know, Gonz. This is your department.
Yeah, I don't know.
You tell me.
Okay, well, we can
play
do
it. Play
yeah,
it.
So this is from Mr. Monotone, and he made a
came in a video form, which does usually confuse us.
Right,
just for
yeah,
all
just
producers,
so you know.
When things come in video forms, we don't really know what to do with it, which is probably our problem. But yeah.
Well, this was a Gavin Newsom women rule inspired jingle. But again, yes, it came as a video, so that's why we weren't sure what to do with it. For the Canary Cry women, this is just the audio. Okay, so he came in with the audio later, so he had the video first. So here's the video with the audio for those listening.
Very good. And for those who couldn't quite hear it, yes, it has the women rule Newsom line there, and then a little voice comes in, Canary Cry women. So we're getting a shout out to all the Canary Cry ladies out there.
Yep. The concept is good.
Yeah, we might need to take a second pass at the levels and things, but thank you very much. Who made this one?
This is Aaron J.
Aaron J.
Or
Confusing
Aaron A.
us all the time. Aaron J, if that is your real name.
We don't know if you're Aaron J or Aaron A, or if you're sending us a jingle or an art or a video. What is going on?
Appreciate it very much, Aaron J.
Thank you very much, Aaron J.
Okay, so I'm moving on.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we got a very exciting email that came in, Gonz. I believe it was this morning. And I will just go to town on it. It says, Greetings, yin dogs. It's been a crazy couple of months, and we've been scrambling to make this all happen right. And I am enthralled to announce that today is the day that Senjess and I become Mr. and Mrs. Cool Runningsman. That's right. This is the official announcement, guys. Today is the day of the very first Canary Cry wedding. That was exciting.
This is fireworks.
The note goes on. Our wedding is in less than a couple hours from now. This came in this morning, so
it's already happened.
It has come to pass now, but it says our wedding is in less than a couple hours from now, and I will be sending pictures, hopefully, before the show, so that everyone that's been praying for us on the forum and the show audience hearing about us can watch and be pleasantly surprised that God has answered our prayers. I don't think we got any pictures, but we can forgive them for not sending us pictures the number one priority immediately after their wedding.
Yeah.
Says, God has been so good to us, especially in bringing our families to us from the outer reaches of their respective FEMA regions to be witnesses to our love made perfect in Christ. And now also our matrimony till death do us part. Special thanks for our big day goes out to Donald Trump, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, and of course, Dr. Fauci for launching this awesome pandemic thing so that our avatars on canarycry.community were able to meet and grow to become best friends in the whole wide world. What they meant for evil, God meant for good. And of course, we thank all our good friends at the forum. You know who you are. Okay, a serious note. We want to thank the show tremendously for the sanity in insane times, reporting the news and breaking down the facts, but also for bringing all of us to the forum together, though sharing the work of the Smiley Pants family. That's right. The Smiley Pants family does most of the work on that. Thank you very much, Smiley. And also producer CIA-ra for running the singles thread. Ah, yes, Ciara was running the singles thread. can't thank everyone enough, and please pray that we have the best marriage in this present world, or at least a wonderful time in the FEMA camp. We hope to also see folks at the future meetups. So with that, God bless you folks in Jesus' name. Cool runnings, man. Well, that's very special, Gonz. It's a big day today. What is the date? We got to remember
24th.
the date. September 24th.
Put it on the calendar, next year's calendar.
Oh, you know what? The calendar. Yes. Listen up, calendar makers. We should put the first Canary Cry wedding up on the calendar. September 24th between Senjess and Cool Runningsman. Well, that's very exciting, Gonz. My heart is all aflutter for playing some small part in this union of love.
Yeah, I wish I had more like the wedding sound with people cheering and stuff. But unfortunately, all I have is all I have is lasers.
All I have is lasers. Well, of course, our best wishes go out to the newlywed couple, and we will be praying blessings over you two and your marriage. And this is, of course, not to make everything about us like we do, Gonz, but also an incredibly special occasion for us as well, Gonzo.
Yeah. This is unprecedented.
Yes. The first of, I'm sure, will be many Canary Cry weddings. And yeah, what a beautiful modern story of love in the time of the pandemic. You make you're listening to some crazy off mainstream narrative conspiracy theory podcast. You meet the love of your life in a forum devoted to discussions of the Bible and the truth about the world. What a modern romantic love story.
2021, baby.
Yeah, 2021. That's right. Yeah, during a pandemic.
Yeah.
As well. So there you go. Of course, best wishes to the new married couple, Senjess and Cool Runningsman. Very exciting. And keep us posted. And we will still be keeping an eye out for those pictures. So yeah, don't think you'll get out of it.
Well, before we move on, I have something. It's a note, but it did come in the form of a YouTube comment. Basil, I know how you feel about YouTube comments. But
yes,
I think
you should not be reading those, Gonzo. But okay.
I think I should for this reason alone. So
okay.
This is a note from Say No to Soylent Green Eggs and Ham OG.
Oh, yes. There was some trouble in Soylent Greenland.
Yeah, so he wrote a note catching up on the episode missed since the wreck. And thank you so much at Pizza Rat. That's Pizza Rat. Yeah. All the producers, Basil and Gonz, everyone for keeping us in your prayers. Very much appreciated. Had no clue you guys were all praying for us. What an amazing family. We, myself and my little ones, are all doing good. Thumbs up. We walked away from a head-on collision.
Oh my gosh.
God is good. He will use all things that are meant to hurt us for good. Godspeed all. So there you go.
Oh my gosh. Well, that is wonderful to hear. And yes, my gosh, Gonz, finally, Gail mentioned the dark clouds are starting to lift on her situation. The dark clouds, thankfully, are starting to lift over here. There's a few episodes there, a couple of weeks at least, where, the producer segment was filled with bad things going on. And not to say that all those bad things are rectified, but it's nice to get some good news going on around here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think a big thanks for a lot of this goes to the producers.
Oh, definitely
and
the producers.
And of course, glory to God.
Amen.
Okay, wonderful. Well, that's wonderful news, Mr. Green. Glad to hear things are looking better on your side. Yes, we were all very worried.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of very worried, Gonz, we've got some reviews.
What, you're worried about it?
It's reviews time.
Okay. Yes, I agree with you. Where is my jingle?
Folks, there comes a time in every Gonzo's life. When you rearrange your soundboard and then can't find anything for like 2 weeks. Yes. Okay. Time to thank some people, some ratings and reviews. Ratings and reviews, as most of you know, is a very important aspect of doing podcasting. Gonz and I have no control over the algorithms that share the show with people who have never heard of it before. Only you, dear producer, have control over that, and you can control it by leaving ratings and reviews. And that's why we like to thank and thank the posters, the reviewers, and read the reviews on Friday's shows, because we shoot for a 5 review quota in order to activate those algorithms and get new people to find the show. Gonz, I'm going to do a refresh here. We didn't quite hit the 5 reviews this week. Seems like some people out there were thinking, oh, surely somebody else will leave a review. I don't need to do this. But that's okay. We got to 4, and it's better than nothing. And certainly new people will find the show thanks to these reviewers. Something to keep in mind, those of you who are procrastinating on leaving reviews, it takes a few days for reviews to actually go through the system and get posted. So if you left a review like yesterday, it's not going to show until next week. But here we go. I want to thank some reviewers. Are you ready, Gonzo?
Ready.
First one comes from Colt45, leaves 5 stars and says, not just informative, but funny as well. Hey guys, I love the show. Been a listener since the middle of 2020. Been a rough year and a half. You guys have helped me through a lot with your very hilarious at times, but very informative show. P.S. Gonz has a great Trump impression and Basil has a great Russian accent. Alas, come check out the show. I promise you, you won't be disappointed. Best podcast, way better than that horse medicine guy, Joe Rogan. That was funny. Thank you very much, good. Colt45. High praise from Colt45.
Thank you, Colt45.
Next, we have Joni of Arc, even a 5-star review. The MSM veterans and wannabes could learn from these 2 fine-minded millennials. Basil and Gonz are credits to their generation. These 2 men are proof that heroes exist in every age. Wow, how sweet is that, Gonz?
Wow, I don't know. Heroes. I'm like blushing. Heroes. I don't know about. Yeah, we're podcasters.
Next, we have Will Yoda. Wiley Yoda, coming in with 5 stars. Best podcast, seriously. These guys are awesome, clear, fair, honest, everything I love. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you very much, Will Yoda.
Thank you, Will Yoda.
Lastly, we have one from Iconic Hero, 5 stars. Greetings. Hey, my dad and I listen to your podcast pretty often through the week. My dad is a residential painter based in Ohio, and we highly appreciate the work that you guys do. We usually play your show on trips across jobs. Also, play the mother jingle. Blessings, ooh. Justin. I'll stall for a second while I gotta play
the looking. What's the jingle that I have to find the jingle?
No, I need to. Okay, I will stall with commenting on this.
I have the waiting for Gonz. You want me to play it?
The waiting for Gonz to find the jingle.
Yeah, you can talk over it.
That means I have to rap.
You don't have to rap. You don't have to rap. It's spoken word. Go for it.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, I can't not rap to this, Gonz. You know me. I'm from the streets. I gotta rap when the jingle comes on, even though I'm reading reviews from our good friends, Iconic Hero. The thing I like about this message from Iconic Hero is when I was a kid, I would listen to things like Heartfelt, Toast, with my dad. It was a very important part of us bonding. We weren't going to jobs, but it was early in the morning. And so it's wonderful to hear that Iconic Hero and his dad are listening here, to this podcast, leaving reviews, doing the work to make it happen. Gonz is still looking for this jingle.
Well, it didn't help that my daughter came into the room and said boo, and The whole deal. Just like the whole thing happening back here.
Podcasts suck.
No, not that kind of boo. Like, well, maybe it was.
Because it's spooky season.
Oh, why can't I find it? And
still looking, huh?
I feel bad. I mean, I'm failing so badly. I have to come up with a way different... It doesn't show up
under a search for mother?
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not seeing it.
Gonz, we are trying to shorten this show for you.
I know.
And
well, it's not
the
working.
looking for jingles timer on this episode is out of control. But that is not your fault, iconic hero. Should I just sing it? I'll sing it.
Sure, go for it.
Mother, there is no other. So treat her right. Treat her right.
There you go.
There you go.
There you
See?
go. Your monkey comes in handy.
The things I do for our producers and reviewers, Gonz.
Yeah.
We share the load around here. All right. Thank you very much to all of our ratings and reviewers. And if you're out there and you have not left a ratings or a review, please do so. It's easy to do. All you got to do is, if you have an Apple device, search for Apple Podcasts on your device. Doesn't matter what it is. Tablet, phone, computer, no matter what. Search Apple Podcasts. It's a little purple icon. Click on that. Search for Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe to it while you're at it. And leave a rating and a review. It activates those algorithms when we hit a quota of around 5 reviews a week. And those robots, which are too busy stealing our jobs, will go to work and share the show with people who have never heard it before. So remember, your rating and review, don't wait for somebody else to do it. Your rating and review could be responsible for hundreds of new people finding the show. It's like literally the least amount of work that you could put in to sharing the show. So please do it. Thank you very much.
Still looking. I can't believe I can't find. I tried different ones. Mom.
It must have just gotten pushed out. It must not be in there.
Well, either
in your
that
board at all.
Well, either that or no. I'm doing a file search on it in the drive that it would be
hacked. You got hacked.
I got
Pegasus.
Hacked. Pegasus got me.
Pegasus got in there, Gonz.
Sometimes, if this is just a note to all producers out there who send like jingles and stuff.
Labeling is key.
Kind of a big deal.
You must label it well. Label it for the most obvious thing that it can be searched for.
Yeah.
All right. That leads us to canarycrymeetups.com. There's meetups going on. Oh, yeah. Hit that jingle, baby.
Canary Cry Meetups.
Jacqueline J in the chat says she just clipped me singing the mother jingle.
There you go.
You know what? We've been trying to get people to make clips of this show for so long, and that's the one you choose, Jacqueline. No, thank you very much. Actually, I've been wanting to put out the call for a clip master.
Yeah.
Making clips of the short clips of the show, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If someone is out there and has you can do this super easy on any phone. You can get as complicated as you want, and we can make it as simple as you want. But if there was, we really need some resources for people to be clipping 2 minutes and 20 seconds, no more than 2 minutes, 20 seconds, taking clips from the show. It really, really, really helps us on the social medias to get the word out. And we do it off and on, but it is a lot of extra work to add onto the process. So if somebody out there wants to get more involved and help the show out in a very tangible way, please send us an email to canarycryradio@gmail.com.
Yep. Meetups. You can go to canarycrymeetups.com to get all the information for upcoming meetups that could be happening in your area, or get the instructions of how to put together your own. We have the Ohio meetup coming up October 30th. That's at the Basil Pizza and Wine Bar in Parisburg, Ohio. And contact crlauren93@gmail.com for that one. CR is also organizing one for NorCal, it's Northern California, on November 6th. Southern California, December 4th. And any ideas for 2022? EU meetup. Mr. Jag, the Hungry Hungarian, is hosting a meetup on the 27th of November at the Vienna Christmas Market. So contact Mr. Jag at protonmail.com for that one. Arkansas meetup. That's Pizza Rat doing the Pikeland in Arkansas there. And you can contact surrealgray@gmail.com to connect with Pizza Rat for that Arkansas meetup. The Honolulu, Oahu, there are no future meetups happening, but we did finally receive a report from Veronica D, I believe, if I am not mistaken.
Yep.
And hold on, now I got confused here. Okay, Hawaii meetup audio. We got a little audio from the meetup, which was back on, I got rid of the date. Was it September 11th? I think it was September 11th.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is.
Hey, y'all, this is Veronica from the Hawaii meetup. I'm just going to pass the phone.
Hey, it's Mike, and I'm here with Veronica. We're at Magic Island and Ala Moana Beach Park in Hawaii. And it's always good to meet another fan of Face Like the Sun and Gonz and Canary Cry and anybody else in Hawaii. You got to make the next meetup.
And remember, y'all, to
outside the cage.
Think outside the cage. That's great. I'm glad we heard back about that. You know, I was wondering what happened, didn't hear anything, didn't want to push it, but I am happy that somebody made it. Because, of course, a meetup in Hawaii sounds like the best possible option. However, with vax mandates and travel and things like that, sometimes a meetup will, sometimes it's just you and the Holy Spirit. But you did it. We got some. We made a connection in Hawaii. There's at least 2 Canarians, and I'm sure there's more who just got lazy. They're busy.
Yeah, but it was good to hear from Veronica, and oh man, I forgot his name there in the meetup. What was his name? He said
Mike.
His name. Was it Mike?
Mike, I think. Oh
hey,
gosh.
y'all, this is phone.
Put me on the spot.
Mike, and
there you go. It was Mike. Yes, thank you.
I knew it was Mike.
Mike and Veronica D. Appreciate you guys doing that meetup over there, and it'll grow. Just keep doing it. Set another date, and hopefully you can round up all the people on the island.
Round them up.
There's nowhere to go. So, build a Canary Cry raft in case you guys need to book it to the mainland. Even though Hawaiians usually don't like the mainlanders.
Yeah, I don't think they want to come here. I think they want to stay where they are.
It's true. Very true. But thank you for that, Veronica D. Appreciate it. And again, good job.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And yes, we've got all these meetups going on.
Yeah,
What's
one
the
more.
next?
Louisville, Kentucky. RSVP Tony. That's awake, oh sleeper, and rise @gmail.com. And if you go to canarycrymeetups.com, you will see the most Masonic flyer for the Louisville meetup. October 31st at 6:66 p.m. That's 7:06 in our time. Mile Wide Brewery, kid-friendly. And lastly, there's a North Idaho meetup on October 16th coming up. Josiah is hosting that one. Sandpoint, Idaho. He can be reached at josiahbdyer@gmail.com. And just go to canarycrymeetups.com and you'll see all the information that you need for that.
Go do it.
I always hit the wrong one.
Yeah.
I really need to step up my jingle
You'll be
game.
Thankful. It's okay. It's a rough day. It's Friday. But seriously, take these meetups seriously. If there's one near you within driving distance, certainly go do it. It's good to meet people who are on the level, make connections, exchange numbers. Even if there's just 2 of you, it's good to know that there's somebody on the level in your area. And if there isn't one in your area, all the instructions are on the website to put on your own. So do it. Do it now.
All
right. What else do we have here? I think that's it, right?
I think we got through everything.
Okay, let's wake up.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's Latin for many. Tick. Now suck your blood. Now suck politics. Your blood.
We're going to start off with Biden this morning here.
You don't say.
Yeah, I thought I had the Biden jingle ready to go here. I guess I didn't have it, but you know, the hairy legs one. You know, the thing.
Nobody was expecting you to have the jingle ready, Gonz. It's okay.
It's ever now. Nobody expects me to ever have any jingles ready now.
We're just giving you grace this episode.
It's just a big fail today, but it's okay. Oh, here it is.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
There you go. All right, so we got some clips from Biden here from this morning's press conference. This is the one that I shared on Twitter and triggered a whole bunch of people about trillionaires.
I'm tired of trickle down. So trillionaires and billionaires are doing very, very well. You all know, you've all reported it.
No
and
kidding.
in the middle of this crisis, but hardworking people and middle-class people are getting hurt. And so I provide for example, a tax cut. If you have a child, you get a refundable tax credit. It's reduced hunger in America by 40%.
Huh?
Literally for children.
Literally.
You have the whole notion of being able to provide for daycare for your children.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so let's go through this.
Reduced hunger for children by 40%. Where are these numbers coming from?
I have no idea. Let's start with the first one, though. He talks about trillionaires and billionaires. And again, we kind of went over it already, but publicly available information, the world's richest and stuff like that. There's
nobody even near a trillionaire.
Not close. Bezos was at what, 150 billion or something?
170, 180 at one point.
He got chopped in half
before the divorce. Yeah.
But of course we know the Rothschild dynasty, and there's probably, like you said, royalty in Saudi Arabia or something like that. That if you count the number of dollars and gold they own and stuff like that, could be upwards towards $1 trillion.
Sure.
But it's interesting that he would say that. And
like, if you got to be talking about, like, remember, Saudi Arabia is named after the Saudi family.
Yeah.
So, there may be a Saudi who has, $1 trillion in assets, considered the whole country is sort of privately owned, but that's all high level stuff and not advertised and not really known. There'd be no way of knowing.
Right. Well, again, Snopes did a whole thing on it today. Do trillionaires exist? And the claim, as of September 21st, the wealthiest Americans have amassed fortunes of $1 trillion or more. Rating, false.
Okay.
While a number of companies have been valued over $1 trillion, no single person has amassed a fortune of this size. Like, no kidding. And then the origin.
So they were snoping Biden.
Yeah. The origin. One persistent aspect of U.S. President Joe Biden's economic proposal is that the wealthiest Americans should pay more in taxes. According to a White House report, the richest 400 Americans, blah, blah, blah. So his whole thing. And then he talks about today, the claim about trillionaires and billionaires, and he basically quotes what I just played for you there. So kind of interesting that it spurred a whole debunking by Snopes.
Yeah, that is really weird. Why would they even, because that's sort of the notorious thing about Snopes is they debunk what they want to debunk, but ignore what doesn't, they're very good at self-censoring.
Yeah.
And not debunking the things that support their political views.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned earlier, on my Twitter thread where I posted this smaller clip of Joe doing it or saying this stuff, I got a bunch of people coming in saying like, "Oh, this is great! Thanks, just Joe calling out the corporations," and then a bunch of people, "Corporations have $1 trillion. The corporations." It's like, okay, we get it.
People who have nothing else going on that day, guys.
We get that. But also. The whole thing, one of the things Biden's talking about is taxing those corporations. We'll get to another clip on that more specifically.
Real quick, I just want to mention that Snopes, even debunking anything Biden says, does show the continuation of the displeasure with Biden that the left is continuing to push in the media.
Yeah. And then the other part he was talking about was the child tax break or tax credit. What did you call it?
If you have no earned income and it's all investment income, it's hard to figure out what the hell.
That's the wrong clip. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Sorry. Back
Was he dropping the HE double?
He does. Yes, he does.
Sticks?
He does.
Whoa, hard-working people and middle-class people are getting hurt. And so I provide for example, a tax cut. If you have a child, you get a refundable tax credit.
It's not a tax cut.
I was going to say.
It's not a tax cut. Why does he keep calling it that?
I don't know, but isn't it the same thing that's been there for like having children?
It's the same. Yes, it's the same tax credit that you've always gotten. It's just you get it in cash. And have to pay taxes on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah. So I mean, that's just the sort of linguistic shenanigans. Yeah.
And obviously the 40% reducing hunger in children by 40. I don't know where he's getting that.
I just don't believe that.
Yeah,
I think that's just a lie, or like lying with statistics.
Yeah.
It's reduced hunger in America by 40%. Literally for children.
Literally.
What do you mean literally? Was anybody thinking that he was being metaphoric about hungry children? I mean, I think that shows more about him than somebody else. But anyway,
yeah.
Literally.
I just looked at the clock. Oh my gosh, it is so late today.
I know.
And then he says he brings up childcare.
The whole notion of being able to provide for daycare for your children, getting people back to school, etc. It's all paid for.
The notion? Why is it a notion?
That's interesting. I wasn't paying attention. What exactly is
He's talking about the notion of being able to pay for childcare.
Well, it is just a notion for him.
What are you talking? I don't know. It's just such a weird.
It is sort of this magical fantasy that he has that somebody needs to pay for childcare. You mean you don't have a live-in nanny?
Notion of being able to provide for daycare for your children, getting people back to school, etc. It's all paid for. It's all paid for. But a lot of these are flat tax cuts that exist within my proposal. And they're being calculated as if the cost of the child care tax credit is a cost to the government. It's not. It's reducing taxes.
No, it's not.
Reducing taxes, not increasing taxes.
No, it's not. It's the exact same thing. It's just $3,000 you don't have to pay, or that you don't get as a deduction on your taxes. The exact same money was a deduction on your taxes. All he did was get rid of the deduction and give it to you in cash in the form of a couple $100 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can tell by how frustrated he's getting at this, that nobody's just literally just laying down and letting him lie to them. He's so frustrated that nobody's buying the BS that he just needs to repeat it over and over, even though the words that he is saying are either lies or he just keeps saying the same thing over and over. I think that's why he leans so hard on the literally thing, because I think so much of what he says isn't literal.
It's true.
So he needs to actually point out when something is supposed to be taken literally.
Yeah. Okay, so this one here is Biden talking about. So one of the things he's proposing in his bill here, and I don't know if it's in his bill or some of his people that support Biden are presenting it. He wants to tax unrealized gains on assets that people hold, which is crazy.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for the middle class.
That's insanity.
I don't know if this specifically would be in it, but one example of that would be if the value of your home raises, you would have to pay taxes on imaginary money that you don't have.
Yeah. So here's him talking about it.
If you get if you file with a W-2 form, the IRS has access to your bank account. And your bank tells you how much you made, what you have in there, and they estimate your tax. Well, if you have no income, if you have no earned income, and it's all investment income, it's hard to figure out what the heck you have. And that's why we have to, and I know some people don't like this, that's why we have to rehire some IRS agents and not to do anything, not to try to make people pay something they don't know, just say, hey, step up and pay like everybody else does. Look,
what?
I really mean this. And look at my whole career. And I come from the corporate state of America. I just think it's about just paying your fair share, for Lord's sake. The idea that 50 major corporations in America making a sum total of $40 billion pay zero? Come on. It's just wrong. It's just not fair.
Bring it up with them, Biden. You don't need to threaten 330 million Americans, hundreds of millions of which are in the middle class, who would be totally I'm having to refrain from using Biden no words, but totally
Can you imagine
imaginary tax you're asking them to pay?
What would happen to, let's say, okay, so people own some stock, let's say, and it's tax time, and everybody has to sell some of the stock they own around
taxing
tax time?
Unrealized gains on the middle class would be an economic nightmare for hundreds of millions of people.
Can you imagine all those people hitting the sell button at the same time so they can pay the government?
That's what I'm saying. It would crash
the whole stock market.
The entire stock market.
We'll have crash day. Everything is going to crash today. It's everyone's going to pull their money out.
That is exactly what would happen. It would be a week before tax day.
Yeah.
And the entire market would plummet as people needed to sell to cover their unrealized gains. And then,
it doesn't make any sense.
Then the real billionaires can swoop in a week before tax day
and drive
the price back up.
Well, they can buy it up at pennies on the dollar.
Exactly.
And own all the assets. It's insanity.
That's a complete scheme. Wealth transfer, upward wealth transfer scheme that he's talking about there.
Well, he said he's tired of downward trickle down.
He's tired of trickle down. I'm tired of all these poor people getting money. We need more upward wealth transfer.
It's beginning to, sink through the ether a little bit here on the part of people. So I think there clearly is enough from a panoply of options to pay for whatever it is that folks decide to pay for. And let me finish.
Wait, what?
He literally said nothing.
He totally lost his train of thought there.
He said absolutely nothing right there.
You could see the emptiness. Poor guy. My gosh. All right. A couple more here. We'll just fly through these. Won't comment too much on them. This is companies going green and, following China's model.
I find that they're going, I never really thought that through before. I think it makes sense. And that's how we finally got to a bipartisan deal on what is a serious infrastructure proposal that really does a number of things, including things when people said, I don't want to do anything in the environment. Then they start thinking, well, wait a minute, I have all these diesel buses at home. It would be a hell of a lot better if we had electric buses. It would change the circumstance on boom, boom, boom.
He doesn't know anything about electric buses.
That's why he said boom, boom, boom. Did you hear him?
Yeah, totally. Electric buses are run by a diesel generator on the bus that charges. There's no pure electric bus that doesn't have a diesel generator, unless it's like in San Francisco where they attach to the floating wires above the street.
Electric buses, it would change the circumstance on boom, boom, boom. I think if I had said
it's like the Seinfeld yada 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 episode.
Yeah.
Like, yada yada yada.
I like how he doesn't know what to do with this, so he's boom, boom, boom.
I think if I had said to you, I may be dead wrong, but if I had said to you in, say, April, that I was going to get all three major manufacturers of American automobiles saying they're going to go electric, I doubt whether you thought that could be done. Well, we're out here in the back lawn. They've all of a sudden figured it out. They've had a bit of an epiphany. And they've realized, whoa, wait a minute, man.
Wait a minute, man.
China's investing billions of dollars. China is getting battery technology. We're going to blah, blah, blah.
Be like
and
China.
this is going to happen anyway.
It's going to happen anyway.
He's high. He's just high. He's high. Sigger the Beast says we should ISO boom, boom, boom.
We
That's
should.
pretty good
Yeah,
ISO.
that's a good one. All right.
Okay.
One more. This is how he closed. I was, again, every time Biden speaks, I'm waiting for the whisper. He didn't go full whisper this time around.
No.
He did get close, though.
It's going to cost nothing because we're going to raise the revenue. Raise the revenue to pay for the things we're talking about. And we're going to give. And right now, if you take a look at the reconciliation piece, $1 trillion of that is the tax cuts. Not raising anybody's taxes, it's tax cuts. People are going to be paying less taxes, but the people paying less taxes are going to be working class folks. It's going to put women back to work. It's going to put people in situations where they have, as I know you're tired of hearing me saying, but my dad's constant refrain, just give people a little breathing room. A little breathing room. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh my gosh. Breathing room. Just give a breathing room. What a creepy guy.
What happened? What is going on?
Breathing room.
Oh, man. I think he's losing more of his hair, too. I'm looking at a back view of him, and he's
losing a lot more than his hair.
I know.
Okay, for the sake of just quick production meeting, Gonz.
Sure.
I think I highlighted some things that could wait.
I saw it. Yep, I saw it.
Okay. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Let's check in with the Cuomo bros.
Oh, that's always fun to do.
I do it with everyone.
This is coming from HuffPost.com. The headline, former ABC News producer says Chris Cuomo sexually harassed her. The least surprising headline to literally appear in 2 years.
I do it with everyone. Black and white, young and old, straight and LGBTQ, powerful people, friends, strangers, people who I meet on the street. I do kiss people on the forehead.
His brother.
His brother, yes. So this is Kissy Cuomo, Chrissy Cuomo. This is Andrew Cuomo's brother, the CNN anchor. No, is it? Yes,
yeah,
CNN anchor. And it goes like this. A longtime television journalist and producer this week said that Chris Cuomo inappropriately touched her at a 2005 party. Shelley Ross, who was Cuomo's executive producer at ABC's Primetime Live, detailed her claims in an opinion essay published Friday in the New York Times. In the article, she accuses Cuomo of squeezing the cheek of my buttock while at a going-away party for an ABC colleague, and in full view of her husband.
Oh, geez.
Oopsie daisies. Chrissy Cuomo. Quote, whether he understood it at the time or not.
I do it with everyone.
It's almost like she's predicting the response.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just who I am.
My mother did it to me every day.
You squeeze butts. I squeeze the rich butts. I squeeze the poor butts.
Powerful
butts. I did butts I see on the streets. What's the problem? Quote, whether he understood it at the time or not, his form of sexual harassment was a hostile act meant to diminish and belittle his female former boss in front of the staff, Ross wrote. The article includes a screenshot of a 2005 email that Cuomo sent to Ross after the party in which he apologized for his behavior. Ooh, he's shaking in his boots in 2005. He offered amends once again in a statement provided to the New York Times that also appears in the piece. Quote, as Shelley acknowledges, our interaction was not sexual in nature, he said. It happened 16 years ago in a public setting when she was a top executive at ABC. I apologized to her then, and I meant it. When contacted by HuffPost, a representative for Cuomo reiterated the statement, but did not comment further. Ross began her tenure at ABC in 1999 as an executive producer of Good Morning America and left the network in 2006. She worked on CBS The Early Show as an executive producer, but according to the New York Times, left in 2008 amid conflicts with fellow staff members. Cuomo has spent much of 2021 in a fog of bad press for blurry ethical lines concerning his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The CNN host repeatedly denied reports that he advised his brother, who was facing a series of misconduct accusations. The elder Cuomo resigned on August 10th following a report by the New York Attorney General that concluded that he had sexually harassed multiple women. Though Cuomo Primetime is still CNN's top-rated show, that's the name of the show? Cuomo Primetime? That sounds like what he whispers when he squeezes a butt. It's Cuomo Primetime. Though Cuomo Primetime is still CNN's top-rated show, its audience has reportedly significantly declined in recent weeks. In her essay, Ross said she did not want Chris Cuomo to lose his job, but suggested he should make this a watershed moment instead of another stain on his career. Quote, "I hope he stays at CNN forever if he chooses," she wrote. Okay. "I would, however, like to see him journalistically repent, agree on air to study the impact of sexism, harassment, and gender bias in the workplace, including his own, and then report on it." Very interesting sort of out she's giving him, which is something you don't see with a lot of these accusations that will come out against powerful men. She is giving him a literal roadmap to sort of repentance.
Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird because what would be the purpose of her even coming out and saying all this if she doesn't want the cancellation?
Well, so here's the other. Well, that's a good point. It could just be a cover. I don't want him to get canceled. I just want him to blah 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 blah
right.
blah. Knowing full well that
he's going to get canceled. Well,
I think here's the biggest part of it.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to get canceled for this, but as is the pattern, when one woman comes out and says something, that gives permission to all the other women who have been victimized to actually come out and say something. It's kind of the avalanche, the snowball.
The Cuomo takedown roadmap.
Because it's exactly what happened with the other Cuomo. It took one woman to come out and say it, and then all the other women came out. It just takes one to sort of start the snowball. So
sure.
I think this is the very beginning of this story. I'm glad it's happening, and I do hope that more women come out. Okay, that's a weird thing to say. I hope that more women haven't been victimized, first of all.
Yeah.
But if more have been, I hope that this gives them the permission to come out.
Listen to you, woke. So woke.
Nothing would be more delectable than both of the Cuomo brothers going down for being total creeps.
True. I already think they're creeps. I don't need that verified.
Yeah. And, I hope that these women are, again, I don't want any false accusations to come out. That's always sort of the retort to these types of situations. But if Chris Cuomo is as nasty as his brother, he deserves just exactly what he can get, or what he will get, hopefully. But, who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's a much more righteous man than his big brother. Yeah,
I think big brother. Yeah, he should call Newsom for some advice.
Women rule.
Dude, they are all in a club. I'm sure they have a Zoom call every week, being like, "Oh man, what do I do about this one? Can somebody give me some sexual harassment advice? How much should I pay my lawyers?"
All right, so you threw this one in here. It's CNN Politics. This is Biden and Harris harshly condemn horseback wrangling depicted in images from U.S.-Mexico border.
I would love to take this, and I'll let you take the two out.
Go for it.
Out of the show. This is from CNN, if you're wondering more about what this outlet has to offer besides sexual harassers. The headline goes like this: Biden and Harris hardly. My mind glitched as I started reading it. Realized you already read it, but hey,
it's okay.
I'm stuck in my ways. Biden and Harris harshly condemn horseback wrangling depicted in images from U.S.-Mexico border. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris on Friday harshly condemned the actions depicted in images showing Border Patrol agents on horseback rounding up Haitian migrants' families in Texas after they crossed over from Mexico. Remember, this is the border project is Kamala Harris's project, and Biden, of course, bears some responsibility. Quote, "It's horrible what you saw, to see people like they did with horses running them over."
Yeah, I watched this live, by the way, when he was.
Did you?
This. Yeah.
People being strapped. It's outrageous, Biden said at the White House. Obvious thing to point out. It's horrible what you saw, meaning, hey, we do lots of horrible things. It's just horrible that you saw this.
That you saw it, right.
Yeah, we have more children in cages than Trump ever could have dreamed of, but we don't allow people to take pictures of it, a la Ted Cruz. So, that is what it is. But it's horrible that you saw this border crossing thing. The president said, quote, "I promise you, those people will pay. There is an investigation underway right now, and there will be consequences." Now, this is a message I want to give to all law enforcement agencies. These cowboys, these Border Patrol cowboys, were doing their job. They were doing what they were told to do. They were following the policies of the Biden-Harris administration. And they were reacting to a situation created by the policies of the Biden-Harris administration. And when they enforce those policies handed down from Biden and Harris, they get threats from Biden saying, "You will pay." Pay for what? Pay for doing their job? For upholding the policies that you set forth? No, they're going to pay for being taken, for having their picture taken, is basically what they're going to have to pay for. It continues. "It's an embarrassment," Biden added. And I think that's another key. Yeah, it's embarrassment. He's going to punish these Border Patrol agents for embarrassing Biden. He doesn't like to be embarrassed. Quote, "It's beyond an embarrassment. It's dangerous. It's wrong. It sends the wrong message around the world." Oh, you mean the message where Kamala stood up in Mexico City and said to all South Americans, "Don't come to the U.S. We will not welcome you into our country"? Is that the message, the wrong message that this is sending? Because it sounds like it's exactly the message that Harris was sending months ago. It sends the wrong message at home. It's simply not who we are. That's just a lie. It's just Biden lying. This is exactly who Biden and Harris are. An investigation was launched after a video of Border Patrol agents on horse patrol aggressively confronting migrants surfaced earlier this week. Several top administration officials and congressional Democrats have expressed outrage over the images which appear to show law enforcement officers on horseback, including authorities swinging long reins near migrants who crossed the border near Del Rio. Now, this is one of the things that was getting blasted around, was that these cowboys were whipping these Haitians. And yet, this description doesn't quite paint that picture, Gonz. They're swinging long reins near migrants. Well, here's a little thing. I don't know if anybody's out there riding a horse. When you're riding a horse with long reins, those long reins are gonna swing. I mean, that's just what happens. I don't know. It's just weird. CNN is just not saying it. Were they whipping them or were they not whipping them? And if they weren't whipping them, why include they were swinging long reins? And if they weren't whipping them, why even mention it at all? Okay, CNN, cool. Let's keep moving. The Department of Homeland Security has temporarily suspended the use of horse patrol.
Man, those horses are really getting a bad rap these days.
The problem is the horses. What are you talking about? The problem is not men on horses. The problem is the Biden-Harris hypocrisy towards the southern border. It's just crazy. It's the horse's fault. It's the horse's fault, Gonz. We can't have men on horses. Well, the other reason you can't have men on horses is because men on horses is a scary image. It's scarier than, I don't know, a guy in a Jeep chasing down people. Oh, these horses make crazy faces. Their eyes are open wide. They're so strong.
Sorry.
They're so glimmery. They're spooky.
I'm hitting a wall. I'm like yawning over here. I have this.
We will hunt you down and make you pay.
That was when he was talking about those in Afghanistan. It's got a lot of people he's hunting down.
Well, see, and that's the thing too. This "we'll make them pay" thing. It's just sort of a trigger to make the left think that he's angry about something. All right, I'm going to zoom through.
Okay.
Of course, I take responsibility, Biden said. I'm president.
Yeah.
Harris also expressed horror at the images and drew comparisons to slavery. Remember, this is the woman making the policies. I was outraged by it. It was horrible and deeply troubling, she said during an appearance on The View on Friday.
The View.
We have the vice president of the United States of America going on The View to talk about how mean horses look in a photograph, adding that she fully supports an investigation into the matter. Human beings should not be treated that way. And as we all know, it also evokes images of some of the worst moments of our history, where that kind of behavior, and that's exactly the point. It's an image problem. It evokes images. A white man on a horse chasing after a black person, which, I mean, they're not wrong. It evokes bad images, but that's the only thing they're responding to here. What else evokes bad images, Gonz? Children in cages. And it evokes bad images to what? Trump. You have your own children, more children in cages than Trump ever had. You won't allow images of it because it'll compare you to Trump. And now this horse thing is comparing you to slave owners. Does that make you uncomfortable, Kamala Harris? I hope it does. Where that kind of behavior has been used against the indigenous people in our country, has been used against African Americans during times of slavery, Harris said. Harris said she and the president both feel very strongly that the U.S. needs to do more to support the people of Haiti. Oh, like let 15,000 of them camp under a bridge and then ultimately fly them back to Haiti, which is exactly what happened. Okay, cool. Quote, I feel very strongly. The president feels very strongly. We've got to do more. There's no question. The United States is a member of the Western Hemisphere. Haiti is our neighbor in that regard. And so we have to do more in terms of supporting the Haitians who are returning to the island. You mean you're deporting them to the island? Let's be clear. They're not returning to the island. You are deporting them to the island. We've got to do more without any question to support Haiti in terms of its need to get back up and recover, Harris said. Harris noted the nation was in a process of rebuilding as it recovers from natural disasters and in the wake of the assassination of the country's president. Oh, you mean the country's president assassinated by American agents? Okay. Yeah. Yes, they do need to recover from that. I don't know if they want your help, Kamala. There was also another story that came out that was talking about how the Haitians got flew back to Haiti, flown, and just immediately heading back out of Haiti. There's a family who they did a whole breakdown of this family. They're like, yeah, we just got off the plane. We got flown back here. Yeah, we're going back. We leave tomorrow. It's like, oh, great. Okay. Good job, Biden.
Why does
Complete
Biden...
madness.
Oh, well,
Complete madness.
Between Biden and Harris, they have all these things they say that are just completely pointless. Like when Kamala Harris says, the United States is a member of the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, it's almost like a mini globalization.
Yeah.
You know, it's
so
like
what?
it's like globalization light.
Yeah, that gives you some moral obligation to do so. I mean, like that's what it takes.
Well, you know,
you're both in the Western. I don't know. It's just a weird.
Well, philosophically, it goes against the globalization narrative as well, because the whole point is there's no borders. Geography doesn't matter.
Right.
Well, okay, then why are we saying because we're close to them, we owe them something?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever you say, Kamala. Well, and it's not. It has nothing to do with it. It's not real. All it is optics. Kamala is responsible for these horrible slave-driving images and these spooky horses making crazy faces while white men in cowboy hats chase down black people.
Well,
and she's responsible for it.
Yeah.
And they have to condemn it. They have to. That's just in their blood.
Well, it's damage control at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they are
office.
spooky images. I'm not going to say they're not. But, I mean, that's what Border Patrol does. And, you know, the sad part about it is if it were Mexicans and not Haitians, Kamala wouldn't care. It's because they're Haitians and they have darker skin, and these photos came out, that Kamala and Biden suddenly care so much about it. These same horse guys are chasing down Mexicans coming over the border all the time, and Harris doesn't care.
Well, what happened to the guys? I mean, it looks like, yeah, they're kind of being chased down in the picture, but like, what happened? Are they detained or what? What's the deal?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Nobody cares. They just care about the picture. There's a mean picture of a white man in a cowboy hat on a spooky horse who is chasing a black person. That is the story. There is no other story.
Yeah. Well, got a couple here just to end the show. I'm very tired. I'm exhausted. You know what? I was up way too late.
It's a long show and it's late too.
Yeah, I know. I was up too late last night. All right, here we got this here.
It's got to be biblical. We are over 4 hours. We are charging it. Yeah, we need to go.
Try to run through this one and then the last one. This is Yahoo News mirroring the conversation. A giant space rock demolished an ancient Middle Eastern city and everyone in it, possibly inspiring the biblical story of Sodom. So there's some scientific evidence suggesting that Sodom and Gomorrah are real. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
As the inhabitants of an ancient Middle Eastern city now called Tal el-Hammam went about their daily business one day about 3,600 years ago, they had no idea an unseen icy space rock was speeding toward them at 38,000 miles per hour. Flashing through the atmosphere, the rock exploded in a massive fireball about 2.5 miles above the ground. The blast was around 1,000 times more powerful than that of Hiroshima atomic bomb. The shocked city dwellers who stared at it were blinded instantly. Air temperatures rapidly rose about above 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Clothing and wood immediately burst into flames. Swords, spears, mud bricks, and pottery began to melt. Almost immediately, the entire city was on fire. Some seconds later, a massive shockwave smashed into the city, moving at about 740 miles per hour. It was more powerful than the worst tornado ever recorded. Sounds like they needed some infrastructure climate change policies to stop the destruction. The deadly winds ripped through the city, demolishing every building. They sheared off the top They sheared off the top 40 feet of the 4-story palace and blew the jumbled debris into the next valley. None of the 8,000 people or any animals within the city survived. Their bodies were torn apart and their bones blasted into small fragments. About a minute later, 14 miles to the west of Tal el-Hammam, winds from the blast hit the biblical city of Jericho. Jericho's walls came tumbling down and the city burned to the ground. It all sounds like the climax of an edge-of-your-seat Hollywood disaster movie. How do we know that all this actually happened near the Dead Sea in Jordan millennia ago? Getting answers required nearly 15 years of painstaking excavations of hundreds of people, by hundreds of people. It also involved detailed analysis of excavated material by more than 24 scientists in 10 states in the U.S., as well as Canada and the Czech Republic. When our group finally published the evidence recently in the journal Scientific Reports, the 21 co-authors included archaeologists, geologists, geochemists, geomorphologists, mineralogists, paleobotanists, sedimentologists, cosmic impact experts, and medical doctors. Here's how we built up this picture of devastation in the past. Firestorm throughout the city. Years ago, when archaeologists looked over the excavation of the ruined city, they could see a dark, roughly 5-foot thick, jumbled layer of charcoal ash, melted mud bricks, and melted pottery. It was obvious that an intense firestorm had destroyed the city long ago. The dark band came to be called the destruction layer. No one was exactly sure what had happened, but that layer wasn't caused by a volcano, earthquake, or warfare. None of them are capable of melting metal, mud bricks, and pottery. To figure out what could, our group used the online impact calculator to model scenarios that fit the evidence. Built by impact experts, this calculator allows researchers to estimate the many details of a cosmic impact event based on known impact events and nuclear detonations. It appears that the culprit at Tal El Hammam was a small asteroid similar to the one that knocked down 80 million trees in Tunguska, Russia in 1908. It would have been much smaller. It would have been a much smaller event of the giant mile-wide rock that pushed the dinosaurs into extinction 65 million years ago. We had a likely culprit. Now we needed proof of what happened that day at Tal El Hammam. Finding diamond, our research revealed a remarkably broad array of evidence. At the site, there were finely fractured sand grains called shocked quartz that only form at 725,000 pounds per square inch of pressure, 5 gigapascals. Imagine 6 68-ton Abrams military tanks stacked on your thumb. The destruction layer also contains tiny diamondoids that, as the name indicates, are as hard as diamonds. Each one is smaller than a flu virus. Oh. It appears that wood and plants in the area were instantly turned into this diamond-like material by the fireball's high pressure and temperatures. Experiments with laboratory furnaces show that the bubbled pottery and mud bricks at Tel El Hammam liquefied at temperatures above 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hot enough to melt an automobile within minutes. The destruction layer also contains tiny balls of melted material smaller than airborne dust particles called spherules. They are made of vaporized iron and sand melted at about 2,900 degrees Fahrenheit. More melted stuff, iridium, melted metallic grains, and so forth. And it keeps on going here.
What? So they're saying, yeah, a meteor hit Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
That kind of the thing?
Yeah.
Is that where we're going with this?
That's pretty much it.
Okay. All right. Could have told you that, but all right.
But was it a meteor or was it God's mighty sword falling from the sky in judgment?
I'm pretty sure it's fire from the sky. This is a meteor.
Yeah, but, maybe God threw the meteor.
Yeah, maybe.
There is a prophecy about is it the millstone? I think it's the millstone. Let's see. Let me check real quick here. Yeah, the millstone. In Revelation 18, the mighty angel picked up a stone the size of a great millstone. And let's see. And threw it in the sea, saying, "So will Babylon, the great city, be thrown down with violence and be found no more." Yeah, so looks like there's some meteors that might happen at the end there too. But yeah, I mean that's kind of the idea here. Is Sodom and Gomorrah being scientifically, said to have happened, which is like
verified
from the biblical point of view. It's like, well, yeah, like a lot of those things are based on historical things that happened. It's only the people that are like, it's all mythology, none of it happened. Who are the ones that are like, oh, wow, it kind of sounds like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, that's it.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's something.
It is something.
Yeah.
A lot more of that going on.
If they find 2 big blocks of salt in the shape of a woman, then we can doubly verify.
Oh, yeah. All right, one more thing here. This is not financial advice, but I advise not to invest in this next project. Transhuman coin. Oh, there's a little chat bot that's trying to talk to me. No, go away, chat box. I will not talk to you.
Hello, Gonz. Would you like to be uploaded into our blockchain?
No. Transhuman coin is a research and charity-oriented token. I'll just read a little bit of the thing here.
There's way too much animation on this website.
Transhumanism is the ideology of enhancing human life through science and technology. The transhuman coin is the first and only token dedicated to transhumanism. As a charity token dedicated to life enhancement, and it gives you the percentage that goes to each little thing there. You know what else is big on like charity and stuff like that? The Freemasons. They're real big on it.
Yeah, and Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, yeah. Little Bates. Yeah, I just was like, wow, really? They have a finally, somebody doing something with their life. Or some transhumanist doing something productive. But,
I like the call sign too.
THC. Yeah, the chemical that's supposed to give you the high and the weeds.
Supposed to. Notoriously does.
Sure. Yeah, so the thing that's interesting too, this is built on the Binance Smart Chain, which Binance is kind of like a Chinese-based exchange, the world's biggest crypto exchange.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, they got their tokenomics here. You got a transhuman wallet. You get a liquidity pool. We are futuristic. You know, if you have to...
Is that what it says?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
Benefits of transhumanism coin or transhuman coin.
Oh, I went here. I got a little chat bot too. It says, "Hello, dear transhumanist. I am transhuman like you, and together we can sponsor projects that will enhance humans. Talk to me if you have difficulties buying our coin on Pancake Swap."
Yeah, Pancake Swap is a
This
Binance.
is a total scam.
Oh, of course.
This is the scammiest looking crypto site I've ever seen. Even their logo looks like they ripped it right off of a.
Look at their. If you could scroll down to their tokenomics, the stock images give it away.
Yeah, everything is stock.
Real bad. You got like a bowl of pills. You got the real stock looking plug into the brain. Little kid, a guy with prosthetic leg. I mean, it's horrible.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they're not gonna. This isn't gonna go.
We're giving him more attention than they deserve here.
No, we're probably giving them more attention than anybody has ever given them.
Well, I like their roadmap here. They have, this is weird because I don't know what direction we're supposed to read it in, because technically you're supposed to, these roadmaps go from left to right, you know?
Yeah.
But it starts with phase 4.
Oh, you're right. It's going, what in the world? Next fate.
It doesn't make any sense.
It goes from like middle out. Like you start in phase 1 in the middle.
Yeah. And then
you go phase 2 to the right.
Oh, okay. I think I see.
Phase 3 to the right.
There we go. I think I know.
You have to go left of center.
No. There's a little
to the moon.
Here's what it is. It's a little. There's little arrows on each side, and it's a circle thing. So it starts in the middle.
Bad.
Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Then you got to click that arrow to the right, and it gives you phase 4 and then next phase, which is update new roadmap, and then boom to the moon.
Wow, this is bad.
This is real bad.
And go down here. What's transhuman coin? transhumanism is the ideology of enhancing human life through science and technology. No, it's not. That's not all of it. It's transcending being a human, not just enhancing life through science and technology.
Yeah,
that's just called capitalism.
They obviously haven't done all the research.
They haven't done everything.
To put together
no, this is
scam.
A total hoax. Yeah, this is a total scam.
Yeah, their white paper.
Or they're just not done with their website.
Yeah, their white paper looks very scammy too. It looks like somebody in, I don't know. Okay, hold on. They got a dev team. 2023
Everybody's got
goals.
a dev team.
I know, but they have pictures of them.
You don't know if that's actually them.
Of course you don't. It's just funny. Peter Zing is Associate Director, Technology Data Innovation at KPMG, co-founder of Transhumanism Australia, faculty at Singularity University.
Oh, Gonz, I got it pulled up here on the chart. Their trading volume is $1,663 over the past 24 hours.
For anybody that doesn't know markets, that's not a lot of liquidity. That's
less liquidity than this podcast.
Their scientific advisory board has got a pretty cool cowboy hat with the transhuman coin logo on it, though. I don't think it's nearly as good as your hat.
I mean, it's pretty cheap, man. They're sitting at, hold on, what is the...
There's 7 billion coins.
It's 7 billion coins.
Hey, there's limited supply, man. You gotta...
I mean, it's a steal right now. They're sitting at 110th, 100th, 1000th, 110th.
Nobody's gonna invest in transhuman coin.
0.0001 cent per coin. So it's really a steal. How is that even possible?
If we bought transhuman coin right now, we would move the market. We would push the market up.
Yeah, we could be transhuman coin whales, man.
we could buy out. What's the total market cap there? If
44,000 or 44,000 liquidity.
Okay, but then what's the price?
I can't tell if I'm looking at this in dollars or in Bitcoin. It couldn't possibly be Bitcoin.
No, hold on.
It's on It's on Dex Guru, which I don't spend a lot of time on. No, it's in dollars. It's $0.0001.
$0.00001.
3 zeros. 0.0001.
Okay, hold on. 0.0001. All right, so there's 7 billion coins.
Are they all minted though? That's the real question. But okay.
that's already a market cap of 700,000.
Oh, we could own the entire market for 700,000. That means for $1,000 you can pretty much be a whale on this.
Oh
sucker.
Yeah. Hold on, they got their smart chain address. We can probably look at. They got their smart contract address here.
I'm sorry, everybody. This has devolved.
Ethereum.
This has devolved into Battling Gonz Crypto Bro Hour.
Hold on, we gotta get to Etherscan here. Pop in that Ethereum address. So this is how it's done, folks. Say check everything on the blockchain. You thought the
world of cryptocurrency wasn't exciting. Look at us go.
0 Ether, $0 value. Oh no, this was okay. Hold on. This is the contract. This is a contract. There's nobody that holds this coin. It's a scam.
It's a scam. It's a scam. All right, transhuman coin scam.
There's three transactions on the address.
3 transactions on the entire thing.
The entire address. On the white paper, it says contract address. You pump that in there. There's 3 transactions and $0.
So 3 people have purchased this.
Maybe.
We don't even know
Ether.
if
We don't even know.
Just 3 transactions have happened. Yeah, no. Okay. All right. Well, very exciting. Very, very exciting opportunity.
Maybe I have to check it on the BSC. Oh, okay, here we go. BSC.
Oh my gosh.
BNV value $620. Okay. All right. Well, never mind. I just looking at this going, what in the world is this? Oh, here we go. TRANSHUMAN. Yeah, about $44,000. $44,730
of liquidity.
Yeah.
You can own the whole thing for $45,000. Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We are going to be back on Monday, the 27th of September. So put it on your calendar. Make sure you turn on notifications, and we'll see you on Monday. That will be episode 394 as we continue the march towards 400 here. And remember, maybe you've been listening for if you enjoy such hot takes as THC coin is a scam, transhumanism coin is a scam. Maybe we saved you some money. Maybe you were thinking about buying into transhumanism coin, and you won't now because we debunked it for you. Well, maybe you want to. Maybe that's part of the value that you've gotten out of the show. Go ahead and think about becoming a producer for next episode, because it's the only way the show works. If you appreciate the show, if you get any value, whether it's entertainment or education or just plain and time-wasting extravaganza, whatever it is to you, please consider becoming a producer. It's the only way that we can keep doing this is through the generosity and responsibility of our producers. Help keep independent media independent so we don't have to go begging on our hands and knees to the advertisers and the corporate interests in order to just keep doing what we're doing. We know you guys will. And I'd like to thank the producers for this episode 393, and that is Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lake, Scott K, Alex G, Heather Russ, Gail M, Aaron A, and Aaron J. JC, Runk Smash, Sir Salmon the Knight of the Fishes, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Dodie the Coyote, Malik W, Jezreel J, Autumn Nation, Giants Bane 16, Brant W, Shagan, Juan A, Veronica D, Big Tank, and Ciara. Thank you guys so much for making this show possible. And of course, thank you to our timestampers, jingle makers, artists, musicians, everybody, our worldwide team who makes this show happen. And you can join the team, folks. All you got to do is head on over to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, head on over to canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right, canarycryradio.com/support. There's all sorts of fun suggestions there, but you can always just put your own number on how much this show is valued in your mind. Thank you very much. But if supporting the show financially is not in the cards for you, we totally understand. You can support the show in a lot of other ways. You can share the show out, share it on your social media, tell your friends about it. You can leave ratings and reviews, which is very valuable. Again, remember, we're setting that quota for 5 ratings and reviews by next Friday. Please do it. Don't assume somebody else will do it. It's very important to us, and I will consider it a personal favor. You can do that by searching for Apple Podcasts. If you have any Apple device, no matter if it's a tablet or a computer or phone, just search for Apple Podcasts. It's a little purple icon. Click on that. Search for Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe, and then leave a rating and a review. We will thank you and be reading those ratings and reviews next Friday. Remember, head on over to Canary Cry Meetups. That's very important. CanaryCryMeetups.com. There certainly is a meetup going on within driving distance of you. But if there's not, go ahead and put one on yourself. You can find the instructions there. It's an incredibly valuable part of the community, and is a great way to meet other people who are sort of in the same headspace as you. And, it's good to make those contacts in your local area in case things go sideways, if you know what I mean. Go do that. CanaryCryMeetups.com. But you can also, what else can you do, Gonz? You can share the show. You can share it on your social media. You can tell your friends about it. Oh, if you really, really want to get fancy, you can take the podcast, download it, feed it to a horse. That's right. Just go ahead, feed the podcast to a horse. The podcast will go into the horse, then sell that horse to Border Patrol. Border Patrols will certainly use that horse to chase down people on behalf of Kamala Harris, personally asking them to do so, but they just forget. She said, please go chase down people at the border. Just don't let people take pictures of you, or else I will make you pay. Well, long story short, that horse is ridden by a cowboy hat wearing white man, and he's chasing down people at the border. And then some reporter takes a dang picture of it, and then it gets plastered all over the mainstream news. And suddenly people are looking at this horse. And he's so muscly, and he's so he's doing his job. He's doing a good job, horse, but he's got a wild look in his eyes, and his mouth is all wide, and his tongue is flailing about. People are kind of focused on like the problematic imagery of a white man chasing a black man on a horse. But really, if you look into that horse's eyes, you can hear him saying, "Listen to Canary Cry News Talk. Do it. You'll learn the truth. Break free from the mind control." That's just one way you could share the show, but you can share it in all sorts of ways. Share it on your social media. Send it to a friend. You got friends and family who are starting to wake up to the fact that the world is not what it seems. We like to call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages.
Hey, stop that!
You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy.
Leave the bird alone!
Never! Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Any last words, Gonz?
Thank you for episode 393. I'll see y'all Monday. Have a great weekend.
Yeah. Did you like my horse story that I told?
I was tracking you for a while, and then it got really weird and uncomfortable.
You don't like looking into the horse's wild eyes, huh?
Well, depends on what's happening, but...
You're supposed to say, nay, Gonz, nay.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Go listen to Rabble. But until then, think outside the cage.
Oh, we're done. We're done.
We're out of here.
Woo!
Hey, Gonz.
What am I doing?
Feed him more. Get vaccinated.
Give me a break. Stick minority. This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up.
Leave the bird alone!
I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man.
Come on, man.
I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never say I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
He's got the solution for the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. For the great reset. Hiding in the shadows. He's always behind the scenes. Holding on the first string.
future humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
More. I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. Get vaccinated. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
We need a great reset.
Oh, it's really a productive segment, man.
State and federal health officials.
I do kiss people on the forehead. I do kiss people on the chin. I do kiss people on the hand. I do hug people, men and women. I do it with everyone.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
I have vaccine.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccinations.
You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!